for me personally. I've been attending to 8 IVRPA already, which is quite nice in this game. So what are we going at color/GoPro or GoPro/color, or whatever you want to call it. Omni, you probably know that rig, 6 GoPro synchronized rig, really a good piece of hardware that works pretty well with 8K. We have many customers here in the room. Some people like IVRPA are using it a lot, and everybody knows what they are capable of producing. Create, AutoPano, which is one of the leading image stitching software. AutoPano Video, which is the video stitching software. And a new one, LiveVR. You probably didn't know that one. It's brand new. It has been announced at NAB. I'll talk a little there. You can see a new iconography coming out. So that will be a new trend for all our software. Panotour, still there. GoPro VR Player, Forge.js, and now some framework. And at the end, we shut down early this year our hosting platform. We are not hoster. YouTube, Vimeo, Oculus, they all are better than us, so that's why we prefer to concentrate where we are good at and not where we are not good at. So let's step directly into the big one, AutoPano Video 3. So it has been announced some weeks ago. There are 3 main features. DWARP. DWARP is the answer to parallax. You all know what parallax is. When shooting video, it's really complicated. There are different computer vision technology. Motion flow is one of them. We don't like motion flow because motion flow is something that prevents you to have a moving camera most of the time. The quality of the stitching is not there yet. So this is why we created DWARP, which is a better technology than motion flow. I will show some result there. Direct preview, that's really important to have. You are stitching something, you want to review it directly in your HMD, directly, it works. Timecode, a big feature that has been asked by the movie industry. Now you have it. If your hardware is generating timecode, we can support that. Also, something that came up a few days ago, improve batch renderer, so that allows you to really get better result in that, and I really advise you to follow the workshop of Loic, who will show that. But we also had some surprise in that software. And one that has not been announced yet, that is announced here, it's we worked a lot with all our manufacturer, hardware manufacturer of GPUs. We worked really great to accelerate everything. So NVIDIA has been done, Intel is ongoing, AMD is ongoing. You will learn some of the benchmarks soon. Let's quickly step up into the DWARP demo. So these are some videos that has been shot with and without DWARP. And in our, sorry, you don't see it. I need to duplicate the screen. See the difference? So this is a 360 video. And I will jump between with and without DWARP, all the way along. With, without. With, without. Just see. And trust me, this type of situation, walking down to our building, in fact, and that has been shot with an Omni. DWARP is really a game changer in this industry. We usually say it will cut down 19% of your post-processing cost. It's not completely magical. There are some cases we cannot fix. But most of the time, it's really good. See, the helmet was too close. On the top left, top right, sorry. So that footage, for example, is a footage from Noah Hill, has been done in partnership with Intel. It's a Freedom rig. It's not even an Omni. So it works also with unsynchronized rig. So DWARP. These are the benchmark that we did for GPU on the Intel. So globally between 2x to 3x in the preview. Even the preview now is real time in the software, so that will come out pretty soon. For rendering, Cineform rendering 4K 60, we have a 3x speed up, and that's not even with the biggest GPU yet. It's with that 1070. When you have the 1080, it can even be better. So it's really solid. So that's one of what the customer was saying. It should be faster. No, it's faster, indeed. And when will it be faster? This is our timeline. So mid-June, you'll have GPU acceleration. You have DWARP for other rigs. So we already had DWARP for the Omni, for 6-camera rig, for 7-camera rig. The one for mid-June is working also for 4 cameras in a circle. Typically, the Z-cam is one of the examples. Mid-July, the release candidate, and if we have some bugs, we expect some bugs to happen with the GPU rendering. There are so much diversity in the GPUs that will take some time to stabilize everything. But already, the customers that are using it right now, they are pretty happy with the current state of the product. Live VR. Live VR. So this is our live stitching software, meaning you have camera, you plug that into a computer, and you are able to live stream to Facebook or YouTube if you want. So typically the feature, high quality. You cannot expect less than that from us. We know how to do a really good stitching. We know how to do it really fast, in real time. That's thanks to our partnership. And this is what you'll get with Live VR. Live layer, that's something really important. When you are live, it's not only about having the 360, but you want to augment that 360 with text, with picture-in-picture insertion and stuff like that. These are a lot of use cases that happens like that, and this is what is already in that software. Yes, it's a generic software, meaning it works with Omni, fine, but it works with any camera. It's like AVP, any. Not because we are GoPro that we are not supporting the global industry on the VR side. And easy streaming, in fact, the setup of that software, click, it detects what you have on your hardware, detect your frame grabbler, your output, and it goes there. We are already in private beta. I don't know if I saw some private beta tester here in the room, but it's already quite good. And it will be launched officially in July. One big partnership with this is Teradek. Teradek Sphere, especially this hardware, is really a key piece of hardware that helps to solve a lot of the issues that you have on stage. This small device takes 4 inputs, get them in MP4, and is able to stream it along Ethernet cable. So just with that, you have a small setup near the camera, and then you have a big stitching device in your track or abroad. And that's really great. So we worked a lot with Teradek to be able to make our live VR solution compatible with their live sphere, even 2 of them, if you want to plug. And that's the setup that we had at NAB. 2 Teradek plugged to an Omni, and 2 extra GoPro to have 2 extra picture-in-picture insertion. Everything just a single link, just an Internet cable, and remotely you have the desktop with the big GPUs that stitch that, ready to stream to your central editing station. That's really, really good. How it looks like? Typically, what you expect, click about some input, auto-crop them, stitch, all the knowledge of our stitching make it that completely automatic. Modify the horizon, edit some stuff, select the output, select the resolution, the frame rate. Say I want some local recording at the same time, so I can have a better post-processed video after a while. This is what you see directly live, so it's a setup. It's in fact in our office. It's not really interesting content, but that doesn't really matter here. And when you decide to apply the change, it really applies the modification to the live stream that was ongoing at the same time. So it has been, we spend a lot of time on the UX, the user experience around the software, so that everybody is really, it's super easy to understand, super easy to use, because in the broadcast industry, there are so much software that are so complicated. We really want to get the reverse approach to that. It detects everything automatically, it's stitched automatically, and you have big warning button in red. Warning, when you touch that, there are probably it will probably address something on the live feed. So, if some of you are really interested into that product, we are still in private beta, just switch to me later and I'll make you in this beta. Forge. So Forge.js has been announced at IVRPA 1 year ago. We spend a lot of time on that product. This is really a key part, I think, for the growth of the industry, because what it is, first, it's an open source framework, and that's really important. It's open source so that everybody can contribute and use it freely. We need a language so that everybody is able to tell story in VR. VR meaning for HMDs, but also on the desktop or mobile. But HMDs also, because HMD are driving a lot this industry. So there wasn't really a solution for that. There are solutions, of course. We have some in this industry. Say hello to Thomas, for example. And, but that one is, I believe, the next generation. It has really two strong backgrounds. It's 3GS, and web we are ready. And these big initiatives of the big players out there, Google, Facebook, Mozilla, Microsoft, are all embracing web VR, which is how are we going to put 3D through the web? We are already based on that, meaning the two 3D, polygons, texture, whatever, games, mixing that with media, immersive media, 360 video, 360 image, 360 3D, and stereographic and stuff like that. You need to be able to merge live, real content from other content. And that's, I believe, is the answer. And to get that to the point we want, it had to be modern, it had to be open source, and it had to be on the standard of the web. HTML5, JavaScript, etc. So this is where we are working on a lot. We are already at a good spot, I think. So comprehensive documentation, tutorials, sample, dedicated forums to have users talk directly to the developers. So I just learned this morning that the people, for example, from GoThrough are using, in fact, Forge. So that's really a nice learning, in fact, that we are going to have that. And let me show you quickly the website. Yeah, no, I don't have the web. So it's really important for the industry, I think, because everything is really well organized. For example, ambisonic support, ambisonic, which is the one of the 360 standards that exist. So this is already there. I will quickly show some example here. So that's live from the web. So that looks like a 360, just a 360 image. It is not. In fact, if you look at the screen itself, you have some lines. And what are these lines? These are, in fact, VFX applied in real time on top of the real content. These lines, see that here? The dash? The line don't move, so that means this is really an effect on top of that. And that comes for free because we are based on 3GS and using all the power of the GPU. So it's nothing really special, okay? It's just a 360. And we really like that aspect that with the same tool, you can insert just standard 2D video with a 360 video. because that really helps a lot for the narrative part. We are here to capture moment, to capture stuff, but really we are focusing to tell a real story. And telling a story just with 360 sometimes can be complicated. But if we mix everything in a single content, then it's getting more easy. Everything is on the web, it's live, so I really advise you to check that there. It's, I think, a good giveaway to the industry so that we are all getting stronger there. Demo, I just did it. One of the main questions that we have right now, for JS, yeah, it's great. But when can we have a UI, a graphical user interface on top of that? And that's the big question about Panotour. Currently, we are in fact too busy working on 4JS, and we are still committed to continue Panotour, especially to get you the update from Care Pano. And at some point in the future, we'll have Panotour, or whatever it will be called, dedicated for Forge and dedicated for that framework. So still happening, still committing to have that. I have nothing special to announce here, but it's there. So we had creation, we had post-processing and authoring. Let's say a bit of the viewing. There is one key piece of the software that is really important, and that's in fact the software that I just used to be able to show you the difference between with and without DWARP. It's called GoPro VR Player. In fact, we don't have a player that exists out there for desktop, another one than GoPro VR, that is really dedicated just for VR content. And this is really our goal with that. Free and dedicated for that, that works with everything. Of course, the Oculus, of course, the HTC Vive, etc., etc. So GoPro VR Player, it's a big part of our commitment also to the VR industry, so that you have the tools that allows you to really check, prove, and deliver the content you want to give to your customers. So one feature that I really like in the latest version, the 2.3, is we have extract a print of the viewport to highest quality. That's a common task that you have to do. You have a 360 video. You just play it. With the GoPro VR Player, you pinpoint, you go to the viewpoint you have, you go to Little Planet, and at some point say, hey, I could use a screenshot of that. That would be nice. But in fact, that function is better than that. Even if your screen, if you just take a screenshot, it's nice, but you'll have the resolution of your screen itself. That feature is the same, but in the background at the highest resolution possible. So you just hit print screen, in fact, on the Windows, and it will generate for you the high resolution version of the Little Planet or the viewpoint that you had during that in the video. That's really, really a cool feature I want to highlight here. It saves so much time when you have to promote content everywhere. So we also have the Premiere Pro plugin, meaning you edit in Premiere when you want to post-process some of the stuff, and through that Premiere plugin, just bring up your HMD, Vive, or Oculus. What you are editing in Premiere, you can see it in the device, real time. That's, again, a smoothing of the workflow. Let me show quickly some of the features. So probably you saw that already. You have what we call our completely smooth transition from Little Planet to Rectilinear, what we call the GoPro view. Stereographic fully supported. So if you have stereo content over, under, side IAB or ABA, both versions. Just one tips and tricks here for this one. to be able to compare DWARP without DWARP. How we did that? One render without DWARP, another render with DWARP, put it on an over-under, and then with the magic key, so I'm over-under mode, you can see AB, and then you have the magical E key that will just take either the A or either the B. That's really a good trick if you want to prove your content. Okay. She said, I need to speed up. Sorry. What's next with VR Player? Quickly, VLC3 integration, meaning a lot of and better hardware support for the decoding. That's really important. 360-degree audio support, it's coming. Yes, everybody was asking that in the industry. It's really great. And we have some surprise that will be announced Tuesday. Stay tuned.
Free software.
It's already free, come on. Last, fusion. Of course, that has been our main topic since a while. We are working on our consumer VR camera. And trust me, because I know this industry and you really well, it's a camera that is first targeted towards more professionals than really consumer VR. So that's really, and I will close that with some everything has been shot on Fusion, and that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Okay.
So we have a few minutes for a Q&A. Alexander, do you want to do a Q&A?
Yes, that was what I have planned. And quickly, we have two workshops here at IVRPA. So Benjamin is going to have a workshop on 4GS, so for the people between here, raise your hand. Great. And Loic is going to have a workshop on Autopano Video itself, the 3, and also the GoPro VR plugin, the plugin for Premiere, and also for other applications. That will really important. So I know that the seat has been filled pretty quickly. I don't know if we were able to get a bigger room, but perhaps we'll solve that later. Anyway, feel free to ask me questions now.
Who's got the first question? We're using microphones, so we're going to run them up to you. All right, Joby. Sorry, Tom. Joey was faster with the hand.
Alexandra, have you announced the upgrade price yet for the next iteration of Auto Pano Video?
Yes, the upgrade prices have been already disclosed on the website.
Oh, great.
So on Auto Pano Video, we did two stuff. An easy, one unique price for the upgrade. I don't remember, I think it's $269, something like that. Even for AV version, we are stopping the AV, the entry-level version, because we don't believe that having CPU only to render video is nowadays a good solution. So even for the people that have only the entry-level price, that can get AVP, the Pro version, whatever version you have. Even if you have the version 1 only and not the 2, you can get to the 3 at a single price point.
Okay, I've got Tom over here.
Alexandra, it's really great to see all these media coming together as professional video. I want to ask you a future-oriented question. At the present time, 3D TV is commercially dead. However, it is also technically perfect at this time, and I look for a revival of passive 3D TV as becoming a big consumer entertainment item. I wonder if you people who are thinking about the future of the software are planning to fully support, let's say, cable broadcastable 3D VR.
Good question. So there is a real market question here about the 360. The 3D that could be revived by the 360 and standard televisions. I'm not sure that the standard television is nowadays the big market. Everybody knows that the big market right now is mobile or through internet for video conceptions and not the TV screens themselves. And there is hope for 3D. Again, 3D, but more what everybody is already visioned the next step of 3D. It's what we call the 6th degree of freedom of videos. And this is where I think the whole market is going at some point.
Yeah, one more question from internet from my team. They're asking for VR player to make like a fast playback 2, 3, 5, 10 times faster than it's originally shot. Just to evaluate how video looks like.
I think we already have that option hidden, not exposed, so it's already doable. Yeah.
Hi, for export, are you continuing to only support H.264 and Cineform, or are there any plans to add H.265, VP9, anything else like that?
Good question for IVP. So VP9, we already have prototypes that output VP9. H.265, this is a big, you probably know that problem in the industry. HEVC has a lot of patent pool that prevents a lot of people to really embrace that format in a good way. So we have more hope into AV1, which is the next one for the Advanced Media Foundation that has been done by Google, Intel, Microsoft, and a lot of these folks in the industry. So HEVC, not yet. We have ProRes, don't forget that, Cineform, H.264, of course, VP9, it's easily doable. It's not planned yet for the 3.0, but easily doable for 3.1 or something like that, easy.
One last question.
Do you plan to improve video stereo stitching in Auto Pano Video?
I didn't get it.
Do you plan to improve workflow on stereo stitching in Auto Pano Video?
On stereo stitching. So stereo, again, there are several ways to do stereo. There are some good layout of the camera. One of the layouts that the camera that we really like a lot is with 180 lenses and 6 in a cylinder. So we have a 360 and stuff. And we already have good workflow for that. Everything, if you really want to go better than that in 3D stitching, there is no point. You need computer-generated solution, and that's the program that we were doing with Google, the JUMP. So 16 GoPro in a circle. You don't have the top and the bottom yet, but you can squeeze it in. And this is how you get good, perfect 3D. Any other solution is just not there yet on the quality-wise compared to these solutions. So we are working on that. We don't have plan to disclose anything on that yet. Currently, the best solution, 6 in a circle, 60-degree in difference, and 180 lenses for each.
Is device work with this proposal?
Yes, yes, it's okay. Not as good as the jump, sorry.
He talks next. Okay. Thanks, Alexander.
Thanks. Have a nice event.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander. Up next in a couple of minutes is Casey Lai. Okay, up next, Casey Lai, picking the right tools for your virtual reality work.
Hello everyone, I'm Casey from iSugar. Today I would like to show you how to utilize or better use of your existing camera and how to get your job done in a better way. So this is a quick cap of our show at the NAB, which is happening last month. So, okay. So let me start with some misunderstanding from our company to the rest of the world. The proper pronunciation of our company is iSugar. It means the candy for your eyes, which is a long story for making up our domain name at that time. So please say it iSugar instead of iSugar. Thank you. Okay, so last year, I go to the Quebec City with the IVRPA. I bring an umbrella, which is printing the 360 printing of our Prague event. But this time, I'm bringing my baby, so I have not many space to carry other stuff. And last year, we go with the IVRPA and join the Photokina show, which is quite a hit there. I get so many interview with the local media from Germany, which we have some progress with the CDF. And this is our show at NAB. We are advancing our camera system from a small sensor GoPro or with the E-camera to a better camera with even with Sony, with Panasonic, with Blackmagic, and many other different kind of systems, so that we can enable every one of you making better and smoother video even in some challenging situation like or the music concert or some very dark room documentary stuff. So, and we are also helping many journalists to try to bring their news story into VR, but at that sense, they don't have any knowledge in 360. And this is our job to educate them how to use our gears and bring the story into 360 in an easier way. And so we are trying to make everything easier with a better lens. At the end of the day, we shall have better video stitching software. We have different kind of automatical workflow to get your video stitched in a more professional sense. But at the end, every new joiner or the new beginner in 360, or they're using some kind of commercial grade small camera, or they are using a very gigantic cinematic grade devices, in terms of stitching, we shall have little and little advantage over them because the parallax issue shall be a past tense in the future. So at the end, the main determination of our quality will be the camera itself. So we are aftering a better sensor, better camera, and with a better lens. So this is one of our sample, which may not be showing nicely on the projection screen here, but we are trying to make our video stitching much easier with a sharper lens, especially at the edges. So if you have a sharp image all the way to the very edge of your lens, you can get them back together very easily because we don't have any blurry on the sideway. And this is our another shot in the Vienna. So at the side, at the corner on the lenses, the resolution, they are slightly not the same way at the center, but it's still a very good high quality. We don't have many color drift, no CA, no soft. So we can get them stitched with just two cameras. We are shooting with two Sony A7 R2, one to the front, one to the back, and we stitch everything, even inside a very dark dome in a church. There is no problem for us. And sometimes we may have some challenge from our clients. They may say, we want to move your story into a more interactive way, but in 360 shooting, we have no zoom. We cannot direct the artists during the shot because they have to move by themselves. So we have to do something to make sure they got their wanted screen on their head-mount display. So we helped a team make a zombie video in China. They say, we want a wow factor. We want the zombie face be filling up the full screen when you are watching through the head-mount display. So we are using our super wide feature lens, which enable you to shoot just at less than 1 feet away. If you're just at a direct in front of the lens, there will be no stitching error on this side. So you can adjust for your camera position, and you can shoot something which is quite challenging in the past. And there's many other choices in the market. If you get some more resources, you can get a Joint 1 system at 100,000 level, or the Nokia stuff, or with the Facebook around 360, or some other system, or even with the Google Jump, which is $17,000 at this time. But we are more less willing to invest a lot of money into a certain single devices because the quality may not be fitting for every situation. So we are more inclined to be a more modular system, so you can use whatever you need for specific jobs. And there are some more prosumer camera like the Insta360 or the other coming up, but they are more consumer grade. Some of them, they may not able to allow you to get the raw footage storing on the SD card. So be reminded that they may have some kind of in-camera stitching capability, but that is for some beginner, not for us. We need some more quality in your output. So once you can get access to the raw footage, you can stitch on your own, which usually get better quality. So in terms of stitching, other than the wonderful color solution, we have some other many coming up. So I may show you later on while I try or with the Mystica or with some other different systems. But I can tell you there are at least more than 3 teams offering cloud-based stitching. So they are using some other new devices or some new algorithm. They may just charge you $50 for a minute. So once you get your video stitched up, once you shoot the video, upload it, and they will do it for you. But I have some idea with them. I cannot tell their name at this time, but maybe at a later time, they will show up on our website. So for your professional jobs, your clients is always asking for a better quality. But how to define as a better quality can be a big question for everyone, because we can maybe shoot at 16K or 12K for very high quality in terms of pixel, but sometimes they cannot get it playback in the same high quality. So we are much more trying to get a balance in production and the distribution. So high resolution, I think at this time 6K to 8K is good enough for us, but we want more better image quality control on the noise control, or better higher frame rate, or better dynamic range, and much more user-friendly. And the last but not least, is much more affordable to everyone. So we want it to be modular system, which is what I'm showing here. I'm working with the C-Cam, which they make a small micro four thirds camera here. This is the first generation, they call it the E1, and I make these lenses, which perfect match on the sensor with a 1:1 square shape video, which is needed for the fisheye shooting. And they get a perfect sync in between. So this thing on my hand, they are only with 2 units, shooting stereoscopic 180, but I can rig this up to more than 16 camera, and I can make it as a point of view video devices, so you may be able to shoot a seamless video even if you are riding on a motorcycle. And even one of the camera is down, you can replace it very easily. And we have some more user references. They may go to different parts of the world, and they can go into a real story. I saw Dominic's here. He's putting one of our camera inside a jet fighter. And we also make a lot of custom-built solution for different users. And this is for the New York Times. Benjamin told me he wants to shoot a documentary in a very hot desert in the front line of the war zone. But he said none of the existing camera can survive at that high temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. So we make an excessive heat sink, some other cooling system. So this is a modified GoPro solution, and it can work for a whole day. And we are also helping some other teams making some other distribution on the web. This is utilizing some web VR solution. And we are also helping Bloomberg to make some other VR documentary. In Hong Kong, we are a sad city because these real estate is too expensive, and this is a documentary for a very super tiny house in Hong Kong. The size is just 2 parking slots, but the cost is selling at $500,000 US. So I may show you some interesting video. So this is the full size of the houses.
Let's explore some more features in this very intelligently designed flat. Here's your kitchen sink.
So I just skip to the back. So there is showing a multifunctional room. So it is a good showcase to VR because we can bring the audience, the worldwide audience, to on the very same spot, so they can know how poor the life is our city's people. Okay. So making high quality video in a small space can be a challenge, but at this time we are just using GoPro camera, which is fine. But if you are shooting a very dark room, we need something better. Or if you are shooting on a moving platform, at this time, the GoPro camera is there with a rolling shutter, and we are trying to mount the camera on the sideway of a trolley inside an aircraft, and the video can be troublesome because we don't have a vertical stabilizer, so that the video, they are quite jumpy. And the video was stitched with the auto panel video. So if the flight attendant passing through a single space, some points like here and there, they will be broken. But we need very intensive manual stitching to get them patched and get them aligned. But now we get some better tools. I will show it at a later time. This kind of artifact stitching at a very close distance and something which is moving, not stable, they can be fixed with one single button click, which is using the mistake at this time. Okay, so we have some other cases with the Facebook. And for this one, this is shooting stereoscopic 3D 180, which means they think this is the easiest devices for the mass traditional video maker to jump into the VR, because there's no stitching artifact with this kind of setup, and they can put a lot of traditional lighting behind the camera, and they still get something interesting, because everything will be appear in 3D. And we are helping them to shoot the Will Smith and some other documentary. And the point is, at this moment, if you're shooting two lenses side by side, the other lens will be shown up on the sideway. So they are blocking the view on the side, so they are not showing in a real 180 degree, especially with the bigger DSLR with Canon or with this Nikon. They will be end up at only 140, which is quite a discount to this kind of devices, because you can only see a limited horizontal sense. But with our design, our lens is super wide with 220 degree. We can get the 3D right with the full 180 degree coverage, edge to edges, which is a breakthrough here. So I have some demo in the Vienna here. We are just, this is the footage I just shoot it last evening. You can see the lens is seeing some black zone here because we are only shooting half of the space. And this side and this side, they are more than 180 degrees. So after cropping, we are still having the full hemisphere showing up in 3D. So we'll have much better quality than the previous 3D 140. And if you have another requirement with the fully synchronized system, we still have some low budget solution. If, for example, with the e-camera, they can be synchronized with a simple USB cable. But bear in mind, this is not a professional solution. It's only for budget, because their synchronization is only good at the beginning. And they can start at the very same moment, but every camera, they will drift on their own. So they may not be synchronized after 5 minutes or so. And the news is the Google Jump system is using this camera, so I'm not using that. Then on the other side, we are having some special cables which extend the GoPro bus. So we can make many of our Hero 4 camera be synchronized in any different configuration as we wish. And 2 years ago, when we were in Prague, we were doing some live streaming with the VIENNA. But nowadays, there are a lot of live VR streaming solutions. The upscale will be with the Nokia or with the AMD Loom or with the NVIDIA VRWorks, which is already get their offline stitcher open source free of charge. Every one of you can download and get some kind of high quality stitching. But they are also having some live streaming solution and stereoscopic one. But our favorite will belongs to the Moses team, which is quite a robust, I can say. We cannot afford a live streaming service to our professional client when the system crashes in the midway. We need a high level of stability for the broadcast world. So when we are checking with many other high net worth clients, they are thinking the stability and the ability to ingest different kind of overlaying content will be a key to that decision when they are jumping into the live broadcasting 360. And I may open up the GoPro player. I like the GoPro player. Okay, so this is the video done by two GH4 with our lenses, back-to-back setup.
Sätter vi igång om 20 sekunder.
And they can ingest any kind of other live screen on top of a 360 space. So this video was done by two GH4. So every camera they are outputting at 4K HDMI, and they can combine together and still get a high resolution.
Kommer vi sätta igång?
And I move fast forward to the, and where is the fast button?
Servern.
Okay, I just use a normal player.
Sätter vi igång om 20 sekunder. Kom.
So on this screen, you will, at the center, there will be the individual player screen on top of their head. So the audience, when they are watching a live streaming 360 event like this way, there can be more interactive, more infotainment, so they may see which player is at which position on this map and how is they looking on the screen on which way. So this make live streaming 360 much more rich and be more welcome to the traditional broadcast industry. So I want to stress that there are a lot of physical limitation with the small sensor camera. So it's not a problem for the camera itself, but we are shooting for VR, we need some more high quality. So if you are shooting at high contrast, low light situation, GoPro will shoot something like this on the top here. And on the bottom, when I was shooting in the Disneyland, the bottom there has a lot of people, but we cannot see anything because the camera cannot get the light on the sensor. But if there's brightening up, you can see something, but it is quite a problem for the high net worth clients. They don't want a video like this. So we come up with a better solution with the Sony, with the GH5, so that this is a very dark room, which I cannot see my fingers. And the Sony get it done very nicely. And below the GH5, they have the in-camera 5-axis stabilizer, which work well with low as 3mm lens, which our lens is quite good with that. So I can just hold the camera, keep walking on the stair, and the video is still able to be stitched. So we can have a perfect stitching with the auto panel video, and we can still make use of 4 cameras of our lenses and making it a 3D ready. But it can be quite technical and manual intensive at this moment, but it is possible. But we more prefer with 6 or 8 camera. Okay, I may show you some sample because we are running out of time. So I'm just showing the Mystica video. Hello everyone, this is Casey from hide the audio. So the Mystica is from the SGO team. They were the traditional VFX company. So when I ingest the video in the software, I just apply for the template, which is for specifically for this rig, and they can get all the stitching. This is artifact. They can be done when I click a button here at the corner. So I still able to move, and every single stitching line they keep at a very high quality with just one single button click, which is quite a breakthrough to our users. So if you want to try, you can go to their website, and I can offer you a 30 days free of charge trial coupon code. So I think the time is almost done. So I want to suggest that after all, we get the video done, we have to make sure our story is prevailing. We have to get the video edited in a professional way, so we need some tools like the Matty Skybox. If you want more license, you can come to me because we are offering free license to our users. So thanks for the time.
Does anyone ask some questions? Yep. Questions, questions, questions. Tom's got one.
Casey, why A7R and not A7S for the low light video?
Good question. I personally prefer the S2, but our lens at this moment, it was designed for the micro four third, which is having a smaller crop factor. So on this S2, we can still use a digital zoom or something, but the whole full frame on the S2, they are only at 12 megapixel. With R2, we have 42 megapixel. So even after we copter sensor, we still have much more pixels for us to do the video stitching. And we still have a native 4K output with the R2. But when we are using the GH5, we can make 5K at 60 frame output or 6K at 30.
Yeah, anyway, I think you just answered how's the GH5 working out for you? I mean, is it not a perfect solution in a sense, or is it?
That's not a perfect solution now, but these are shooting at 5K at 60 frame in a 1:1 square shape video mode, which is quite good for our lenses. I think even without the perfect synchronization in between, we can get them back with the time code stitching. Because GH5, they can keep the time code along with the video signal, and with the AVP, new AVP, and with some Mystica or some other stitching solution, they can make use of this information, get the sync more or less okay. And we also have a partner making a small sync box, which is using the lens protocol for controlling multiple camera. We can keep 2 GH5s in synchronized in less than 30 minutes, which means more than enough for your normal jobs.
Any more questions? Going once, going twice. And we're done. So, thanks a lot, Casey.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Nicholas Vercovi. He'll take a couple of minutes to set up.
Test. It's Vukovic. It's Croatian, not Vukovi, but it's not important. I duplicated it, so it should be on the screen. Ah, okay, there it is. Ah, okay. So, yeah, let's begin. My name is Nicholas Vukovic. I'm from Immortal Arts Film Production. It's my own company. I'm kind of a freelancer, and I do 3D animations, high quality, photorealistic 3D animations. And so I'm not a photographer like you maybe, but I use your techniques to get textures and 3D objects and stuff. And first of all, I want to show you my demo reel. It's not to advertise myself, but just to show you what you can do with traditional 3D modeling. And to 90%, of these animations are made by myself, so you get an idea what a weird person I am. This is my main work. Thank you very much. So with this work, I buy my bread and drinks. And it's, yeah. So one client came to me after he saw these videos and said, I wanted this too. I want to fly through Vienna. And so I had the job for ORF3, it's a local television channel, for doing the opening signation for a documentary called Geschichte lebt. It means history lives. It's about the State Archive, the National State Archive of Vienna. They have every document of Maria Theresia and stuff, and Kaiser Franz Josef. Every single thing they bought or sold, is documented there. And yeah, they wanted me to do a flight through a small part of Vienna and then into the archive and show the interior of it. Yeah, they wanted me to start here. It's the Maria Theresian statue, and then fly through this to see all the boxes with documents and stuff. It's crazy. It has 11 floors. Yeah, it was crazy. So, and this project was the first project where I used photo scanning. I don't know how many people of you know about photo scanning. Not really. Okay, so it's good that I can show you. Yeah. So. Now I show you the animation I did for them. So that's the project I want to talk about today. Thank you again. So many people ask me, why don't you film that with a drone? Other people think that's filmed with a drone. I hope they get to the doctor soon, because that's impossible to film with a drone. And the main reasons why you can't film this with a drone is you will never get a flight permission for this. In Vienna maybe, but just for dolly-like camera movements, and you have to be a very special guy to be allowed to do that. The crazy camera movement would not be possible with it, and the flexibility. You can move the camera, the textures, the people and stuff. That's the reason why the 3D animation is the key here. And my challenges were, I did it all by myself in 3 months. It was a big headache for me. And what really was important was the authentic look of the city, because there are very historic buildings and stuff, and it's about the archive, so it has to look very authentic. And there are many, many objects, buildings, trees, and stuff. So how to get there? Normally, I use traditional 3D animation, 3D modeling. You know 3ds Max, AutoCAD, and stuff. It's like constructing things. And the second new evolving technique is image-based 3D scanning. So the problem is you can't do everything with scanning. Just take photos and blip, it's done. So it's very limited, but it's a big, big, big helper. And I'm very, very thankful that this technique was coming parallel to the project. So here you see the facade of the archive done with normal modeling. So when I switch the shading, you see every line is straight, and you have a very nice shading of the geometry. And this is necessary, that when you are very near to the object, that it's detailed and stuff. And you have the full control of the mesh. You can shift things and edit things. And it's very clean, the mesh. You don't have to look for points. Where are they? It consists of separate objects. So, and this is done with image-based scanning. So basically what you do, you go around with a pole. I have a 6-meter pole. Compared to that church, it's very small, but it costs €1,000. It's just a stick for €1,000, but okay. And basically you walk around and take many, many photos. And I made it, I made it with my mobile phone. It was attached to the pole at the bottom, connected via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, yeah, to the Sony RX100 Mark IV, and set to time lapse, and it took photos every second or 2 seconds. And then I walked around like an idiot, and all the tourists in Vienna, in the first district, said, that's the biggest selfie stick I've ever seen. Let me take a photo, please. And I think 10% of the time I pose for some tourists. It's really high, 6 meters. I think I can touch the ceiling here. So yeah, you can see the 3D model of the church. Basically the computer calculates from the parallax of the cameras. It calculates a point cloud. In this case, it has 30 million points. You can, there's no limit for that. And from this point cloud, it's possible to project the photos onto the point cloud to get a texture. And this you can export as a 3D model. And the cool thing about the software is it's accelerated by GPU now. I don't know if it's CUDA or OpenCL, I think CUDA. And I'm a rendering guy, and I have many, many GPUs. I have 13 GPUs. So it was cool because my GPUs not only were cool for rendering, it was also cool to calculate these models. So now to the bad news. This is a flat shaded representation of the 3D model. So you think, okay, it's great, why don't use it? When I add a little bit of shading, there are errors coming. And this is when I move the light up, you can see there are many, many errors. So if you put a light in the scene, all these little errors or problems cast shadows, and you can see them. So yeah, and another disadvantage is you can't control the mesh very good. So you have to work with the model you get. There are techniques like retopo, is it called, where you paint a low poly mesh onto this mesh and then project the texture onto the low resolution mesh, and then you have a very clean mesh. But that I had to do it alone, so this was okay. I put it into the shadows, so there are no problems with the mesh. And yeah, so for these situations, it was perfect, because I would have never been able to get this result by modeling by hand with just a few photos. That would be crazy. And here it's very important that the edges are sharp, so traditional modeling was great here too. So what to do when 3D modeling is way too complex or the skills are not there? And 3D-based scanning is the only solution. This is the statue, and I think it would have been possible to ask a freelancer who just does these things, and he would, I think it would have cost €10,000 or something to get there. And you see it's very detailed. That's the mesh. It's a little bit blurry, the beamer, but okay. For these objects, it's perfect. And another thing where it's very cool is I had to do many floor textures or ground textures. And traditionally, you would make many, many photos, undistort every photo, go into Photoshop and arrange them. That's a rare pain in the ass. Or you try to tile the textures. You have a tiling, and then you repeat that, concrete tiling, and repeat it, but that does not look real because you have the repetion in it. Or you make complicated shaders and stuff. And this is the result I came up. It's very individual. There are cigarettes lying around. This is in 50K, so 50,000 by 50,000 pixel. It was also a big fun in Photoshop. And here's how it's done. Basically, I scan some areas. You may ask me, why don't you use the scan? It's very detailed and stuff, but there are many issues on the edges, so it's very hard to combine these 3D scans. So I think it's easier to get a big texture and place all the things by hand. So you make your scan like the church, and then you can render an orthomap from the top, from the scan, so you get this one. And when you have more areas scanned, you can combine them in Photoshop very easy. Very easy, no, not very easy, that's another part. It was very ugly, yeah. It was 3 days work still, but I think much easier and a more realistic result than stitching individual hundreds of photos. So this is the zoomed in the resolution. It's a little bit blurry, but it's very detailed. That's another example. Yeah, Photoshop is still needed. So there's my equipment, the 6 meter pole, a mini Yobi. You will know Yobi, I think. It's a camera head. The RX100, I made camera research very hard, and it's the sharpest camera in that format I've ever seen. It's great. When the aperture has to be a little bit closed, because when it's open, it has the size Vaseline look, but if you take 8 or something, it's cool. Yeah, and connected, yeah, blah, blah. Sun cream is always there. And my render setup is, as I said, my 3 clients, and every client has the software on it and renders 3D animations or the objects. So I have some, yeah. Another very cool thing about photo scanning is the client told me, hey, we want that flight, and okay, how do I get this into the computer? How do I start? I don't have an idea where what is and stuff. So I took my pole again and walked through the route, along the route, with a photo every 2 seconds. And you get a very nice representation of the things you have to model. It's very great. I don't have to go there when I ask myself how high is this or how far away from are these things. So I can open this and look around. And I also have a 3D model of this. This is just the cloud, the point cloud. The model looks ugly, but it's very helpful in this case. So the statue, yeah, here you can see 4 minutes. This is a massive point cloud. It has 300 million points. And there you can see how crazy. Every little quarter is a photo. I walked there for 2 days. But for 2 hours on each day, because the pain was the tourists. The tourists are great. I love tourists, but now I sounded like Trump. But they sit there. You never get the naked model. It was really hard. You have to wait. There are times where it's full of people, and then you have 30 minutes where it's empty. So, but some guy always sits there. So it's. But it's when I saw this, it was the first model. This was the reason why I chose the technique. 1 week I sat there and thought, Jesus, what have I done? It's such a great technique. It's awesome. And it has just 530 photos. So with the 99 euro version of this program, you can load up to 2,500 images for just one project. So just to get an idea of what's possible. And you can combine them afterwards in the pro version. The low version is 99 euro and the big version is 10,000 euro. It's a good price philosophy. But yeah, so that's this. And I've brought my wife VR system with me, and my colleague Lutz Westermann, he also has a talk the next days, will show some things of his work. And you can go in VR around my statue. It's loaded in there. And I will give him some images that you can... yeah, so that you can stand in my animation in stereo 360. Maybe it's fun, I don't know. I also have an animation rendered in 360 degree, but it's somehow it's not. It's very pixely. But I will give it to him. You can also test this. But with this movement, I think you will puke very fast. But but I deleted the rotation of the camera. It's just moving like this, so it's. So yes, I think that maybe you want to see this. I wanted to start from the museum door, and this was made with the Theta S. You know it from Rico, I don't know. And this was also very helpful because when I have to make the fly through with a normal camera, I have to rotate it like this and point at the things I want. And when the client says, no, turn it a little bit, it's very difficult. So with the Theta S, I had the freedom of rotating the camera a little bit and make a step-by-step animation to get approval. So it was very helpful. Also for reflection maps, I use this, for example, to capture the room that the 3D objects can reflect the room. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed it.
So it's question time again. Who wants to start? We've got one over here. I've got one in the back here.
Which first? Okay. Hi. Do you use Unreal Engine or Unity to render your animation?
No. That would not be possible. I use Cinema 4D and Octane Render. Octane Render is a path tracing engine which can use the GPU. Real time would not be the key here. Because the trees, alone one tree has 1 million polygons or stuff. But it would be possible to capture one scene and show it in Unity to look around, but not to move and stuff.
Just one question. How long did it take from start to the end of the project and the rendering?
3 months, about 3 months.
Question from here, sorry.
Here?
And what's the name of the software you use to generate the
scanned models?
Yes, the scanned models.
Capture Reality is it called. It's very, very fast. It's
use kind of the Rico Theta S to generate models, or
it's not possible to use these spherical images. There are some prototype softwares, I think, but it's very difficult. Also, the resolution of the camera is not enough. It's that's the reason why I chose the Sony, because it's very sharp. It's important that you have many details in the images. There are other softwares also, PhotoScan, but this is so slow. It's just it's no comparison. It's no.
So what's the $10,000 version?
The amount of images you can load and the support. It's crazy.
What's the name?
And the 99 month, but that's enough for projects. It's okay. You can rent it a lifetime.
What's the name again?
Capture Reality.
Capture Reality. Thank you very much.
Here. Did you limit the modeling and the capture that you did to the paths of the animatics?
Yeah.
Because like the statue, you did everything. Did you need to do that much? Or?
No, it would not have been necessary to do the backside, but it was fun and yeah. It's easier to run in circles than this.
And second question, if you wanted to clean it up to make it low poly and being able to, have that in Unity or live, that would be like an.
Someone will talk about this. He will show you how to get such models into Unity. And there are softwares who are capable of doing that automatically, very nice, and you can adjust some things. But yeah, it's better to do it by hand. It would take a long time, yeah, but there are ways.
We've got one on the back. Roxanne on the move. Commentation.
Hello.
Hello.
I was just wondering, the content that you created, where does it now live, and how do people see it, and is it seen regularly?
This is for a series of 12 shows, series, yeah. For 2017, it's all, already running in television, local television. Yeah. I have never seen it in television because I had to add 3D text into it, the inserts, and they look so ugly I can't watch it. So I've never watched it. So. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you use the original shader or usual shader?
Shader.
Do you use it?
Basically, I built the shader or the materials myself. So it's diffuse map, normal map, bump map, yeah. And the rendering is done by the engine, the lights and stuff.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Oh, we got them.
Captured them raw, all the images, or they were just JPEGs?
Raw,
all of them raw?
No,
okay.
It's just JPEG.
Capture Reality software, does it deal with fisheye images well, or did you use a narrow angle lens?
I'm not a pro in this program, but I think you have to undistort the images first.
Ah, okay, so it's strictly rectilinear kind of...
Yeah, I think.
All right. How we do?
But I think it can load some undistorted data to use the original images and interpret it or something. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Nicholas. And I'll hand it over to Keith.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a really great start. Okay, so we now have a break. We have 30 minutes. We might have slightly more than that, but grab a drink, grab a snack, and then be ready to come back. We have Joost starting the next session, giving us PT GUI secrets.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? All right? Yeah! It doesn't look like everybody is in here quite yet. No? Maybe we can start shoving them in. Like, hey, we're getting started. We got lots of information to spit out at you. Before we get started with Joost, we're going to have Thomas Bredenfeld and Aaron Priest give a little bit of an update on their, on whatever you're working on, whatever project or whatever workshop it is now. Yeah, what's that? You know, yeah, that's right. Yeah, their night workshop was canceled due to weather. You know, mountains can be finicky. So that didn't work out. Come on up. And concerning food, which is very important, there is also food up there. I don't know what it's called. It's what is it, gallery or? Atelier, whatever, yeah. Anyway, those stairs that go up here, there's food there too. So if you missed it, now you know. Okay, so come on up. I hand this over to Thomas. And
yeah, hello. Originally, we planned to have a panoramic night workshop on a mountain, but the weather doesn't cooperate. And so plan B was a Sunday night session near Vienna also wasn't available, so we have a plan C tonight. After the opening party, or while the opening party maybe last, about 10 or 10:30 tonight, Aaron and I want to invite about 12 people, should not be very much more, to have a short walk from our party location up to the vineyards to a little fairly dark place with a view on Vienna, and to make not a really workshop but a little get-together at night to a demonstration how to combine panoramic and astrophotography equipment, and to do some tips how to shoot in the night. We have some different approaches for taking panoramas in the night, and after that, you can walk down to the restaurant location and go by night bus, so it's convenient and ending up to everyone as he likes. And as I said, we can take about 12 people because otherwise it would be a little bit too spread out. There's a little road on the vineyards. There's not that much space. But we would like to invite some people, or bring your gear if you have, so we can give advices how to shoot stuff at night. But also people without gear are invited to join us, to have a talk, to look at our procedures, and I will explain a little bit equipment and some tips and tricks, and at night some practical stuff. And so, yeah, there was a question.
Where do we sign up, and what lenses do you want us to
it is the Eventbrite stuff we just left out now. Now it's really casual ad hoc because the weather was really unstable the last days. And so we decided to do it just on time, just on location tonight. Just join us about 10. We will stand up, and everybody who likes us, who likes to follow us, is invited. And normal panoramic equipment, fisheye, wide angle, especially not very long focal lengths because the night is too short for this stuff. And but dealing with long exposures and some stuff. And the rest will be just ad hoc, spontaneous on site. So we have chosen this informal format for tonight because everything before we planned need to be cancelled. But at least we want to do something for the community in this topic. So,
thanks, Thomas. All right, so we've got PT GUI. Joost is up next. You guys all know PT GUI, right?
Yeah.
Take it away, Joost.
Thank you. Hello. Well, it's great to be here. I'm going to talk about PT GUI. More specifically about new developments in PT GUI. Actually, today is a big day for me, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But let me first briefly go back in time. PT GUI is 16 years old already. Today it's a complete stitching software, but it started out as just a graphical user interface for panorama tools. Panorama tools, you might remember it, it's stitching software developed by Helmut Dersch, which was at the time absolutely the best stitching software available, but it was difficult to use. You had to write scripts files. It was a set of command line tools. So PT GUI was created to make it easier to use panorama tools. Well, yeah, you might still remember this. 16 years is a long time ago. This was a state-of-the-art digital camera at the time. The whole idea of doing a gigapixel panorama would have sounded completely insane at that time. Here's a screenshot of an early version of PT GUI. And if you're using PT GUI today, this will probably look very familiar to you. But even though it looks the same, a lot has changed in the meantime. It started as a Windows-only application. In 2006, a Mac version was released. A year later, two big new features were added, support for HDR panoramas and viewpoint correction. Viewpoint correction allows you to take photos away from the no parallax point. In 2010, two other big new features were added, the masking and the detail viewer. And 3 years ago, PT GUI got a brand new stitching engine using OpenCL GPU acceleration. And I think it's safe to say that it's still the fastest photo stitching software available at this time. It can do a gigapixel panorama in less than half a minute. So here we are today, and as I said, it's a big day for me because I'm releasing PT GUI 11 today. Still in beta. Yeah. So I guess this is what you're interested in. But let me answer that second question first. Basically, it comes down to this. There are two kinds of new features in software. You have the features which are easy to add, and you have the features which are difficult to add. The easy ones are just you add a new window, write some code, and bam, you have a new function which adds on to the existing software. But there are also features which might seem very simple from the outside, but require a big architectural change in the underlying code. For example, in PT GUI for Mac, it's difficult to open two projects at the same time. If you have PT GUI running and you double-click a project file in Finder, you would expect it to open a new window so you can work on the two projects at the same time. But it doesn't work like that because it'll just replace the existing project in the existing window. And the reason for this is that PT GUI expects to have only one project file in a running process, in a running PT GUI process. And this originates back to 2001 when PT GUI was Windows-only software. And on Windows, this is perfectly normal. When you double-click a file, it'll just start a new process. So you get two PT GUI processes running two projects at the same time. But on Mac, it just doesn't work that way. On Mac, every application is expected to handle multiple documents within a single process. But fixing this would require an enormous amount of work. This goes deeply in the architecture of the software. So rather than really fixing this, I just added a menu item in the file menu to launch a new process, and you get 2 processes running. And it kind of works, but it's not perfect. It doesn't work like it should. Another one, it's possible, but it's difficult to have portrait and landscape images within a single project. The reason for this is that PTGUI characterizes a lens by its horizontal field of view. And once you're rotating an image by 90 degrees, the horizontal field of view becomes the vertical field of view. And this can be a problem if you're taking the nadir photo, because a camera has an orientation sensor which knows in which way the camera is rotated. But once you get down to the nadir, it doesn't know whether it should be in landscape or in portrait. So the camera will just output landscape images. So you have a mix of portrait and landscape images. And this also goes back to the Panorama Tools origins of PTGUI. Panorama Tools characterizes lenses by its horizontal field of view. Properly fixing this would require changing this to characterizing a lens by its diagonal field of view or by its focal length. But again, this has enormous impact on every aspect of the software. The stitch has to change, the optimizer has to change, the user interface, the file format will have to change. And that's a lot of work to just solve one minor inconvenience of having to rotate that image by hand. But basically what happened in 2014, I had implemented a lot of those easy features, but the pile of difficult features had kept growing over the years. So what I decided to do in 2014, after releasing PTGUI 10, was to take a deep dive and rewrite a big part of the core of PTGUI from scratch. And I can show you the result today. So here's PTGUI. This might look familiar, but that's because this is PTGUI 10. This is PTGUI 11. Well, it looks different, but you're probably getting familiar quickly with it. We used to have the horizontal row of tabs here. Those have been moved to the left side. It's now possible to collapse this. So you get as much working space as possible. And to show off the new things, I'll just stitch a panorama for you. These are a set of images I took in Portugal, in Lisbon, in the monastery of São Vicente. It's an HDR set, 3 brackets, taken with a 15mm lens, the Sigma 15mm, on a 5D Mark II. Here's the nadir image. It's rotated by 90 degrees. And it's taken from a significant viewpoint offset, as you can see. I really moved the tripod away and took a tilted down photo. So we need to use viewpoint correction here. Another minor detail is the image numbering now starts at 1 instead of 0. Yeah. Counting from 0 is a perfectly natural thing to do for a software developer. But not to real humans, I guess. Here you see that the landscape images. There's one thing PTGUI still needs to know. It's whether the portrait images were taken this way or this way. This is in order to apply any lens shift in the correct direction. So you have to click one of these 2 buttons to let PTGUI know. So I took the images with the shutter button up here. Doing HDR is always a bit cumbersome. I only have 7 shots here, but because I took 3 brackets, I have 21 images to manage. And all those images can have control points, so it gets difficult quickly. This has gotten much easier in PTGui 11, 3 times as easy. Because from now on, it's treating each bracketed set as only one image. And this goes all throughout the user interface, so you only have to deal with those 7 bracketed sets. If you go to the Source Images tab, you see those 7 images. The thumbnails are exposure-fused thumbnails from the original source images. You can expand or collapse this to see the underlying brackets. Automatic lens detection has been improved. PTGui now parses the EXIF data more deeply. It can look into the maker nodes of many cameras. And this way it's able to determine which lens I used, the actual lens model, not only the focal length, but the lens model. So it's able to see I used a Sigma 15mm lens. And PTGui now includes lens profiles for many known fisheye lenses. And it applies them automatically when such an image is loaded. And this has 2 benefits. The control point generator is able to generate better control points if it knows the exact lens distortion, especially close to the edges of the images. So you get more control points spread over the entire image. And for circular fisheye lenses, it's able to set the cropping circle right at the first time. Yeah, I need to use viewpoint correction, as I said, for this image. That used to be a matter of going into advanced mode, go to the optimizer tab, click some checkboxes there. But now you just right-click here, and you select Enable Viewpoint Optimization for this image. The control point generator has been improved as well. It now recognizes that viewpoint correction is used, and it's able to find much better control points for images which were taken significantly away from the parallax point. With viewpoint correction, there's still one thing you need to do. It only works for flat surfaces, so I need to mask everything away here except for the floor surface, and that's something you still have to do by hand. This looks familiar, but something has changed here. You now get image thumbnails for all images. So you don't have to remember the numbers anymore. Can you just add a mask here? Okay. Boom, that's my panorama. Yeah. I think this is perfect. I could have done this in 1 minute, and yeah, it's all running automatically. The panorama editor has been enormously improved as well. First of all, it's now showing an exposure-fused or tone-mapped panorama, so you get real-time preview of tone mapping and exposure fusion. So it's true. It's truly what you see is what you get. It's now using the GPU accelerated stitcher, so it's fast. You can really do this. It's also using high resolution images. It used to be blurry, especially when you're using fisheye images. The panorama used to have a lower resolution than it could have. This was for performance reasons, otherwise it would be unbearably slow. But now that it's able to use the GPU, it's a perfectly sharp anti-aliased panorama. In fact, it's so good now that I had to add a watermark to the panorama editor in the trial version. Otherwise, you could have run it on a 4K screen and grab a screenshot, and you have your panorama. Tone mapping. Adjusting the tone mapping or exposure fusion used to be done in a separate window. You had to go into the menu and open the tone mapping preview window. And you had to wait for a preview to be generated. This can all be done in the panorama editor from now. You can click here. This pop-out menu will go away when you leave it, or you can pin it down here, and then it stays next to the panorama. You can adjust everything here and see a preview in real time. You can even look in detail in the detail viewer and get an almost preview of the tone mapping, because tone mapping really requires the entire panorama to be generated. But it's a rough preview, at least. What's next? Number of transform has also been moved here, so you can just do this and see the result instantaneously. You can adjust the projection here, and the little planet. That's all in real time. I guess that's what I want to show. Oh yeah, it's also possible to see the individual blend planes here, if you want. These are the untone mapped, bracketed panoramas. Control points, as I said, with HDR panoramas, it would get complicated quickly because you have 3 bracketed sets, and you have control points between those 3 bracketed sets and other 3 bracketed sets. And if you would want to remove a set of control points somewhere, you would have to really look into all bracketed sets and remove them. But what you see here is the control points for all bracketed sets together. So this is actually between the first 3 images and the second 3 images. It's still possible to see the individual images here by going here, clicking on a thumbnail. You can also do it with a keyboard shortcut, Command Alt up and down. I'm running out of time, I think. It's possible to use multiple lenses in the same project. This is especially great if you're, for example, doing a drone panorama. You have the aerial images and you want to add a sky dome. You can take photos from the ground. You just add a second lens here. This could be a circular 8mm fisheye. So now I have 2 lenses in the project. These are my source images, and I can say, oh, that the first, oh, wait. I can say the first 4 should be the 8mm fisheye, and the second set should be the 16 one. And it's all optimized. Each lens will have its own exposure and vignetting curve. So you can really use, for example, vignetting optimization while adding a real lens image to an equirectangular image, something which wasn't possible before. Yeah, another thing that was fixed. Let me find those images. These kind of images would be a problem for PTGUI. This is in the middle of a symmetric scene, and I guess half of the confused users who asked for support was about these kind of images. And PTGUI 11 can handle these properly now. You just hit align images and it will output a panorama without any there are some more things, but it's too much to tell, I think. Just go to ptgui.com/beta. It's available within a few minutes, I think. Actually, there's a timer which enables it at 1 o'clock, so you can all go download it. As always, it's only 45 euros if you have the Pro version, or 25 euros if you have the standard version, and even a free upgrade if you purchased in the past 2 years. And there's a free trial. That's it.
So, hello. Yeah, oh my God, there's so many questions. Where do I go first? Yeah.
Hi, it's great work for the new version of it.
Thank you.
A quick question, is there anything you do also for ghosting on the images? Is it possible it's still in the software, or you still got to throw to something else?
You mean due to misalignments or moving people?
Exactly.
Yeah, no new features on that in that regard. No. But yeah, sure, in the future.
Did you make provisions for tilt shift lenses?
Yeah, that's already possible for years already.
Okay.
You just have to enable individual shift in the settings in the lens parameters.
But there's a lens profile for the Canon tilt shift?
No, it's not necessary. You just load the images. You just have to tell PTGUI that the images have individual shifts, because you're shifting the lens between shots, right?
No, I'm just talking about the standard lens. It's one of the sharpest lenses they make.
Oh, okay, yeah, that should work. Just yeah. No, I only added profiles for fisheye lenses. For rectilinear lenses, there's no issue. It doesn't need to know the exact distortion. It'll just work. But for fisheye lenses, you have hugely different projections. For example, the Madoka lens has a very compressed image near the edges of the fisheye, much more than other lenses. And if you want to generate control points for that lens, it's good if the software knows which lens was used.
You didn't show it used, but I would certainly hope that in the new fused HDR images you can see all the seam lines and you can see all the mask lines. Yeah, because that's always been a problem with HDR.
Yeah, that's, everything now works for HDR panoramas just like it used to work for. And so this is an HDR 3-bracketed tone-mapped panorama with seam lines and image numbers and everything.
Hi, I'm here. Do you have any plan to manage deghosting in future?
Again, deghosting. Yeah. It's something I would like to solve. And but at this time, there's nothing new.
Hi, 2 things. First, can we run the beta version and the 10 version at the same time independently?
Yeah. On Windows, you have to select a different folder while you're installing it.
That's not a problem. But
and on Mac, you can drag it from the DMG image to wherever you want and run them next to each other.
Okay, that's the first question. The second question, concerning manual lenses like the Samyang or Rokinon or whatever they call, is that included there?
Yeah. There's a
so do you include that?
Yeah. If you load an image from, for example, the Samyang, it'll just pop up this window. We enter the focal length. I have the Samyang 7.5, so I enter 7.5.
Okay.
And then you see here a list of lenses matching that focal length. And yeah, here the Sigma stays because it's in the current project. But it could have been the Madoka or the Samyang. Okay. Or if I enter 8mm, you get a lot of 8mm lenses. So these are all included.
Fine. And last, especially when you shoot with Philopod technique, it's very easy to find that control points on the nadir cross the 2 contiguous images.
Yeah.
And this causes unexpected and undue errors that you have to cancel. And this happens sometimes even in other situations.
Yeah.
Is it possible now to define that there is a sequence?
Yeah, it's something I've...
You understand what I mean?
Yeah,
a sequence in order to have not all images control points spreading all around, but only one after the other after the other.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And this is something that's still on my list, but Yeah.
It's still on your list.
It would be useful for gigapixels as well, because you only have to look at overlapping images and not for all the images together, of course. But yeah.
When you use multiple lenses in the same project, does PTGui find the control points even across the two different lenses?
Yeah.
And
it's still indeed, I wanted to show a demo, but it's not working perfectly yet, but it should work in the end. You can drop in an equirectangular, a rectilinear, and a fisheye and just let it do its work, and it'll find control points between all those images. No. Even a 360-degree equirectangular and a 20mm. Well, they have to be reasonably close to each other, maybe, but 1 in 10 should be fine.
If I put a 300mm and an 8mm, I wouldn't expect those to find control points, but
yeah, I think it should work, but I haven't tried. But, okay, at a certain point, you're looking for 1 pixel in one image would be 100 pixels in another one, and then it probably won't work anymore. Yeah. Oh, I have one more thing. I got these as a birthday present last year. It says, I love PTGui, so if you want one. I put them here.
We all love PTGui. Thank you very much, Joost. I'm sure we have a lot more questions, but
just grab me if you want to know something. Yeah. I'll be here till Tuesday. So.
Okay, so we've got 4 days of grabbing Joost for questions. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, a quick changeover, and then it'll be Dustin Kirstein showing Pano Moments.
Is this still on? Did you hear what Keith said?
Apparently I need to talk louder. Dustin Kirstein will be on in a couple of minutes showing Pano Moments, capturing living 360 virtual reality. And I believe there are some mobile phones being passed around to help people see exactly what he's talking about. Okay, a quick announcement. Roger Williams sadly lost his wallet last night at Motel 1. If anybody sees it, so 2 things. If anybody sees Roger Williams' wallet, please let one of the staff know, or let Roger know if you see him. And please, everyone, I mean, Vienna is a very safe city, but nowhere's perfect. Keep an eye on your things.
All right.
All right. people can hear me. My name is Dustin Kirstein, and I'm the creator of Panomoments. Thank you for having me here, and also thanks to our partners, Tanya and PanoCatcher. So what are Panomoments? And honestly, that's actually a very difficult thing to define because they're neither photos nor videos. They're a bit of a hybrid. I could try to attempt to define them as like a stitchless, living 360-degree VR photo, one that couples time and space, but that doesn't really do it justice. So what I'll try to do is, maybe this will work. I can put this up here and quickly kind of just move around a little bit. And so as you can see, as I move, I'm moving both sort of forwards and backwards in time. But I'm going to stop that because honestly, it's not the best experience on the desktop. And so what I'd like to do is, I think people have phones sort of around spaced a little bit. I don't probably have enough phones. But what I'd like to do is have people sort of just play around with them a little bit and then pass them back. And sort of they're spread some over here, some over there, and sort of a couple through this way. There are two different demos. One is a longer, about 3-minute, 4-minute time lapse by Shigeru Okada, based out of Tokyo. That's Shibuya Crossing. And then there are a couple that are on the edges right now, which are much faster rotations, about only 8 seconds. When you're viewing them, you should view them sort of as sort of looking around in a window, and only use touch as sort of a way to reorient yourself, because the touch input's not quite optimized yet. It still needs a little bit of work. And really the best experience is treating them like a magic window. And I definitely encourage you to stop by the Tanya booth, and I can show you in a VR headset and some additional content, because you really need to see it in person. The desktop experience and projector is just not really the best way to do it. To me, they represent a new creative VR medium. And at their core is a very simple format. Really, it's just an arbitrary number of overlapping frames, equally spaced around 360 degrees. They're hardware agnostic, easy to capture, and capable of showing depth perception through both motion parallax and stereo 3D. As a company, we're working on building the software that enables the playback and building a platform, a web-based platform, to allow people to learn how to capture these and a place to discover this new type of creative content. But the question you have probably is like, why? Why another 360 medium? We already have 360 photos, we've got 360 video, 3D 360 video, all the way up to Lytro. To start sort of explaining that, I'm going to just toss up this rough graph which attempts to plot the necessary time and production cost against the immersion and engagement that you're going to get out of these 360 mediums, from 360 photos all the way up to like Lightfield, like Lytro and Otoy. Often you're looking to capture something that's just a little bit more dynamic than a photo can provide, but you might not necessarily want to go all the way into video. Quality 360 video takes a lot of time and effort, and it might not necessarily be what you're looking for. And so that's where I see Panomoments fitting. They're sort of a middle ground between 360 photos and 360 video. And because they're constrained with this rotation, they're, at their very core, dynamic and interactive, because as you're moving, you're looking through a rotation of time. You are an input to the timeline. They're consumable, more like photos than they are video. They're fun to explore. I mean, you can go around and look and explore each and every frame, or you can look for like motion patterns as you go more quickly. And they encourage a lot of repeat viewability. They're called Panomoments because they have this ability to capture a moment in time. And because you're constrained with this like rotation, it actually is going to be bringing out some creativity. This is a quote you may have seen on the first slide. Constraint inspires creativity. It's by Biz Stone of Twitter, somewhat appropriate, but for Panomoments, I truly believe it's very fitting. It is very constrained. You are looking through a rotation of time, but that actually is what brings out some creativity and also makes things a little bit easier in a lot of ways. So I'm going to flip over to a couple more examples. Let me see, the baby. Let's go back to this one, another baby. This one actually was just captured at a barbecue, and it's going to be a little hard for me to do this, but as you can see, as I'm rotating around, I guess I can double click and maybe do it like this. So you're really looking through a rotation of time. And this was just really people sitting in a circle, a baby happened to be there, and really put the camera down and did a 60-second rotation. And you can see I can move all around here. Now they're fun, they're personal, and can be quite intimate. They can also be capable of telling these little micro stories. This was in Havana, Cuba. And as you can see, the kid in the middle intersection wasn't too happy with what I was doing. But as we kind of move across, we can see we can actually get a little bit of a smile. And so they reveal these little stories as you're looking around. and being able to sort of look back and forward in time. This one, captured in Grand Central, over about a period of 20 minutes, I think with 2-second exposures. As I'm moving, you get to explore and have this interesting, creative, long blur effect from the people moving around. They can be emotionally and visually captivating and possibly transcending into art. So why shoot like this, and what are you trading off? Really, when I first showed people this GIF, and this is the same pretty much rig right here, a lot of people are a little bit sort of skeptical about this because something looks wrong. I mean, you look at it and it looks kind of backwards, and because it's not on the nodal point. In fact, it's about 75 millimeters in front of the nodal point. And so parallax is no longer the enemy when you're shooting like this. In fact, really, you're encouraged to shoot with parallax. That 75 millimeters is the same distance between your eye and your next rotational axis. So as you're rotating around, it's inscribing the same circle as your eye would when you're rotating your head across the horizontal axis. And so this doesn't, I mean, this is not like a 6 degrees of freedom that light field's going to be providing us, but it does allow you to break that stuck feeling of stitched content. And so motion parallax is not something you typically are going to point out and say, look, the motion parallax, and I can show you here, if I can find my mouse, I can show you that as you're sort of looking around, ooh, I can't really show you, you can see this line. And as I'm moving, you have multiple unique perspectives as you're looking around. That's not something you usually point out and say, motion parallax, but something that you actually can feel. You perceive it subconsciously. And the desktop isn't really capable of doing this, and that's why I'm passing the phones around, because you need to have it rendered at 60 frames per second to really get that immersive quality. And because, I mean, you just motion parallax rather than stereo 3D, you don't need to have a headset on to feel this immersion. You can get it when just moving your phone around in the air like that. And the neat thing about motion parallax is actually a much easier depth cue for your mind and your eyes compared to stereoscopy. But if you were to add stereo 3D on top of the motion parallax already contained in panel moments, you're going to have some of the most immersive and engaging quality content available that's actually accessible to create. And because we're not stitching, we're greatly reducing the actual complexity in the post-processing step. And also, I mean, we don't have any stitching artifacts to deal with. And because really, all you need to do is take the camera, rotate it, capturing in fisheye, and then you're going to batch convert them to equirectangular. It's almost a near automated process. Really capture, convert to equirectangular, and then upload, and you're done. The use of a rotating platform lets us use larger format cameras. I mean, you're welcome to use a GoPro or whatever you'd like, but you can use micro four thirds, full frame, medium format, better lenses, better detail, better dynamic range, and overall higher quality. I shoot with the GH5 right now because it's capable of shooting at very high resolution at a high frame rate. I'll talk a little bit more in the next slide on that. But because we're using this rotating rig, also allows us to have a little bit more directorial control. What I mean by that is, like, as it's rotating, your subjects know what it's actually looking at. So you can see when you're in the shot. And on the director's and photographer side of things, you can time things throughout the rotation. In fact, when I'm capturing these, I'm often just walking behind the camera to be out of the shot. Now, there are trade-offs, and you cannot see what they are. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. You're going to have, since we're not stitching, there are non-imaged areas. If you look straight down or straight up, you will see black areas. And that's just one of the trade-offs. I mean, we're using 180-degree fisheye lenses that capture, or more, that capture most of that vertical, but you're never going to be able to have that full experience, and that's just what you're going to have to live with. You also have to deal with the fact that when you're rotating, there's always going to be that start-stop point. I call it a temporal seam, but it's like that cut point. I mean, if there's no motion or light changes at that point, you're never going to see it. So you can try to mask it by not having motion at that point, or you can embrace it and actually have, like, play some fun, creative tricks on the viewer. And because we're capturing multiple unique frames around the rotation, this is going to be bigger than like a standard stitched photo. This is typically hundreds of frames. I shoot between 200 and 300 usually. So what you see here is really what I capture with. All you really need is a robotic panorama head. I typically shoot with the pano catcher. I've worked with Yorgos to fine-tune some of the workflow and the application to make it a little bit easier to capture these. It really is quite simple. And also, the panel catcher is unique in that it can rotate very quickly. So if you're looking to do one of those examples that you're seeing on the phones is like an 8-second rotation. Not many robotic panorama heads can spin that quickly. Pretty much any camera can capture these. Some are better than others. I use the GH5 right now because it can shoot in like 4K at 60 frames per second and 6K at 30 in anamorphic 4:3. But really, any camera can do this. You can use larger format, medium format, full frame, and do long time lapses with any single camera, even ones with a mirror. As far as lenses, you do want something that captures like that full 180-degree vertical. So either a full circular fisheye or a cropped circular fisheye is going to work. But that's pretty much it. From there, you really just, I'm not going to demo it right here because I gave away all my phones, but open up like the panel catcher app, set the rotation of time that you're looking to do, let it spin, and then convert in batch to equirectangular. There is no stitching, no control points, no masking. You just convert in a batch process, and then upload them to panomoments.com, which handles all the rendering steps. And that's it. So that time period really is very important. I'm typically shooting around 300 frames. And you can do 200 to 300. That's really just seems to be like a good compromise in the overall data size that you're going to have, and the smoothness of both the motion that you might have, as well as the parallax transitions between each frame. But the number of the frames is completely arbitrary. I've done test captures anywhere from like 20 frames all the way up to 800. It doesn't really matter as long as we're equally spaced. 200 to 300 seems to be a good amount, though, for like the smoothness of the parallax, if you're shooting with parallax. That time period is really important, as is the capture rate. Those are the two primary creative inputs that you have. Consider like a 20-minute rotation versus 20 seconds, and then you're viewing this. It's going to feel very different. So on the right side here, if we can minimize that a little bit, is just this really simple graph that shows the relative surrealism that you might perceive against the period of rotation, this parabolic U. And you can see like that's 5 to 60-second range. And that's somewhat special because imagine you're rotating with your phone and sort of counting around 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. That's based off like how long it's going to take like your average viewer to spin in 360 degrees. And everyone's going to behave differently. Sometimes people are going to speed up quickly and go slow. But that 5 to 60-second range is sort of like a magic area because that approximates real-time motion. And so anything that you capture with that range is going to play back at a relative near real-time rate, albeit forwards and backwards in time. Outside that range, things start to get very surreal. Imagine rotating in 365 days, 1 photo a day. You're compressing an incredible amount of time into a single rotation, and it's going to be an incredible visual experience. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, you can do very fast rotations. Imagine doing like a 1-second rotation with like a very high frame rate camera, 300 frames per second. You're looking through a sliver of time. And it's going to be very interesting slow motion, and depending on the subject, an incredible experience. Both the very fast and those slow rotations do represent or do have some technical challenges. You have to worry about things like rolling shutter, being able to actually have cameras that are capable of very high frame rate capture. And then on the long end, you have to worry about changing light levels. But the reward is there for those that are willing to sort of put in the time and effort to capture those really creative, surreal, long or short rotations. But for the ones that are like in that 5 to 60-second range, they're very, very simple. All you do is really spin it around. It's a continuous capture. You can do it with pretty much most Micro Four Thirds cameras are capable of doing it, just capturing at 5 frames per second in burst for like 30 seconds, or shooting in video. And they're very easy and fun to capture. So my main motivation has always been to see what kinds of amazing content people will create. I want to see people push the boundaries of what is possible. Here are just like a few ideas, and it's certainly not complete, but just what you could possibly do. Everything from like stop motion animation, actually composing each and every frame and moving small little details of the set. From light painting at night, doing those very fast rotations and getting that surreal slow motion. Doing hand-drawn or computer-generated animations in the format itself. Telling those little micro-stories, whether with composed like actors and actually telling a story throughout the rotation, or just letting a sort of a real-life story unfold. doing those 24-hour holy grail time lapses starting at night and taking frames throughout that 24-hour period and ending back at night, compressing a single day into one rotation, is going to be an incredible experience to view. I just want to see it done. And for advertisements, they're not video. Panomounts are not trying to be video, but they do have an interesting feature of controlling what the viewer sees. In 360 video, you cannot control what the viewer is going to be looking at. I mean, you can have audio cues, visual cues, but there's nothing you can really do to get people to look there. They might just be looking over here, and you just can't do anything about that. Pano moments are tied to that rotation so that you can guarantee that a viewer is going to see every single frame you capture, which is very powerful for a content marketing perspective. You can also do composites. So I can do, say, 270 degrees right now, and then 20 minutes from now, do another 90 degrees and put them together. I could even do variable rates. I could do it over 5 minutes for that 270 degrees and do 10 seconds for that 90 degrees and put them together and be very creative with that. So I really believe that VR needs like an abundance of really great high quality photorealistic or photo-based content. And like we have lots and lots of cameras that are coming out on both the consumer side and on the professional side. But just because like we have these cameras doesn't make it very easy to capture great engaging content. I mean, anyone that's done 360 video knows how hard it is to produce good content. And so I think that Pano moments may just represent like that missing link between photos and videos, something a little bit more dynamic than photos can provide, being that creative VR medium to really explore. So what's next? I mean, we're just releasing or have just put out that beta, pretty much just like a technical demo of the native app. Runs on iOS and Android. We're continuing to work on that. It only is currently compatible with the latest couple generations of phones. We're working on expanding compatibility there. And also, importantly, working on like an optimization that enables streaming. Right now, you have to download the full file in order to start playback. In a few weeks, we'll release an optimization that will allow you to start viewing when it only has around 30 to 60 frames. It'll be the complete circle, so you'll be able to look all around. But then as you're viewing, it's going to continue to layer in additional frames. So it'll get you viewing much quicker. Up until this point, we've been entirely self-funded, except for a little bit on Kickstarter, and so possibly looking to open up some doors there on the VC side of things, and also looking to just open up some connections here at IVRPA for potential partnerships, integrations, just looking for sort of any options sort of going forward, and just get some feedback, the good, the bad, the ugly, and see what you all would like to actually do with the format. And that's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to either ask me now. There we go. And if anyone did not get a phone, we can pass them around. And please come see me at the booth afterwards as well.
Please do forgive me if I'm missing something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what would be the difference between a Pano moment and just a circular time lapse? For me, it's just a circular time lapse. Nothing more, nothing less, but a circular time lapse.
It's not, I mean, you can, usually with a time lapse, you're playing still linearly, right? It is, you could call it a circular time lapse. One important difference is that instead of just sort of playing the frames forwards and backwards, the frames are actually aligned in real time. And so while there's no stitching, it is essentially stitching on the fly in that sense, where you could even do this if you only had 5 frames. You could move around. It wouldn't be very engaging because you only have 5 frames of movement, and the parallax transitions would be very large. But if you have that 200 to 300, it gets much more interactive and engaging. But you could call it an interactive 360 time lapse, absolutely. But like, you have to ask, like, well, what is a time lapse? Is it like a very long period of time? Like, would you call the one that's 8 seconds a time lapse? It's a bit of a gray area there.
Hi. I was just interested in knowing what the end result would be without the hardware. So if you ended up with like a sort of try to do this handheld or something similar, have you seen results from that? I'm sorry if that's not really where you're going with this, but what does it look like?
I'd love to go down more of that consumer route eventually, because there's a lot of potential content out there for just enabling like a smartphone capture. I've done them with just like a fisheye clip-on and like a little egg timer mechanical base, like $30, and just let it rotate. They work. It's not very accurate. Right now, the software does rely on equally spaced frames, but it's, for the most part, if you're using a smartphone, you're willing to accept a little bit, have some tolerance for quality, and it works. Eventually, you totally could do a handheld capture. I mean, just sort of holding it up like this and doing a rotation. You do want wider angle of view than most phones have, but with a fisheye clip-on, you totally could do that. With some software stabilization to actually, in the cloud, potentially develop control points and stabilize the video that you would record, you could build one with just a handheld capture, absolutely. And that's definitely an area that we're looking at. Right now, I'm focusing more on people that have the necessary gear, that are interested in sort of pushing the creative side of things. I think that if you really were to focus on like a smartphone handheld capture, you'd get a lot of just cruddy content, people just sort of playing around. I want to show what's possible with like pushing the bounds of like the creative side of things, which I think that more of what you guys have here with the expertise and creativity to push it.
Two things about first the load of data that somebody has to download to see the whole thing.
Yes.
And the second question is about how to vehicle this kind of new media. I mean,
what was the second question, though?
How to vehicle this kind of new media. And in this moment, we have Facebook and other content aggregators that finally accept Panorama.
Mm-hmm.
This, how will be integrated in this? Do you see any future for reaching out in the mass distribution?
I'd love to see it everywhere. And definitely looking into finding ways to make that happen. Right now, when you upload the frames to the website, it'll give you an email which you can then click on and view it on the Panorama site, as well as take that as an iframe and embed it onto your own website. And so it works kind of like a YouTube video where you can embed it pretty much anywhere. It does work on mobile iOS, mobile Android, as well as pretty much any desktop. The native viewer is better in pretty much every way. That's going to be harder to sort of get integrated into other applications, but definitely something that we're working on in terms of licensing and being able to share the code, be able to get it in as many platforms as possible. I'd love to see it on Facebook. Your first question was about the data and how much actually is each one of these, and it's very much dependent upon how many frames you capture. And that's why I said that like 200 to 300 is like a good compromise on the data, because they are larger than photos and actually fairly decent in size. On the web, we actually use video as like H.264 and MP4 video and MPEG-Dash to play back on the website of things. And they're around, let's say, like 200 to 300 kilobytes per frame. So each one of those is probably around between like 60 and 80, 90 megabytes in the high quality. On the native side, we're using a different format. It's actually much more platform and device dependent. So the file sizes are bigger, but that's why the streaming optimization is very important. So that while maybe the file size in total is a bit bigger than the web, we can get that initial viewing much quicker. And so you sort of a trade-off there.
Stan, last question.
How do you cost out this on the web when we upload it, and what does that machine cost? Where do you get it?
On the web, there is a free way you can just upload. Right now there are 2 tiers. There's the free tier, which gives you up to like 20 gigabytes of data to upload. And then you'll be able to share an iframe, send out email links, all viewing on the web. It's not fully integrated on the native side yet. In the next couple months, as soon as you upload to the web, you'll be able to view it on the web and also view it on the native app. It just needs to be sort of connected. There is, if you're looking to upload more than 20 gigabytes of data, I think it's right now $10 per month is sort of like what we're looking at, just to really cover like the bandwidth, storage, processing. The web platform is always going to be more of like a break-even ordeal because these files are relatively large. Photographers like you are looking to, in fact, like upload high resolution, are going to upload TIFFs. Each one of those things, you might upload 20 gigabytes worth of data for a single one, even though it gets rendered to a much smaller format. On the website, I have recommendations for all of the gear that you can use. Recommendations on cameras, lenses, and robotic panorama heads. This one costs about $400 right now, the Pano Catcher. And you can order that on the Pano Catcher website. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dustin.
Thank you very much, Dustin. I'm going to be playing with that. I have a panna catcher head, so I'm looking forward to experimenting when I get a chance. Okay, up next in a couple of minutes, we'll just do the setup. It's Jen Dolson on bringing 360 to the world. While we're doing that, if you have one of those demo phones, can you put your hand in the air? We need to collect them back in. They're not gifts. So where are those phones?
Thank you. Hey everyone, my name is Jen Dolson, and I'm an engineering manager at Facebook on the 360 Media team. I'm really excited to speak to everyone today, this audience of creators, about how Facebook is bringing 360 to the world. So specifically, I'm going to walk us through product areas that we cover and what we consider 360 media, and discuss both our content creation and our distribution pipeline and how we try to make that easier. We also want to talk about why we're investing in 360 media, specifically video, photos, live, and audio as part of the entire Facebook ecosystem. And we'll talk about unique tools that Facebook offers for creating and distributing this content, including guide, heat maps, and the spatial workstation for audio production. After this high-level overview in my talk, I hope you'll be interested in joining us at our workshop this Monday to get first-hand experience creating and editing 360 content for Facebook as we dive into Live 360 and our audio workflows. And in general, I hope you're inspired to experiment more with some of the things that I'm referring to, because I'm sure the people in this room can create content that I can't even imagine and we haven't even imagined today. Now, I'd like to start by sharing two high-level missions that I'm pretty passionate about. The first mission up here is the Facebook mission, and that's to make the world more open and connected. And the second is kind of part of the mission of our VR efforts, which is to give people the power to experience anything. And the full context of this quote from Mark Zuckerberg in 2015 was that even if you don't have the ability to travel somewhere or to be with someone in person, or even if something is physically impossible to build in our analog world, the goal is to build a medium that will give you the ability to do all of these things that you might not otherwise be able to do. And this sentiment is particularly relevant to 360 media because we're building experiences to transport people elsewhere, whether they're looking at a flat screen, fully immersed in VR, or somewhere in between. I've spent the most recent years of my career working in VR and on media, and I have to say that I'm more excited by the possibilities here every day. I really haven't had that many, as many wow moments in my own life as I had in the past few years. And I'll tell you two of my favorite moments related to VR and 360 media. The first one I'll mention now, and the second one I'll get to later. So picture this, I'm in a concrete windowless room, trying for the first time a networked social VR experience. It was a demo called Toybox, which was an early precursor to Facebook and Oculus's other efforts in the social VR space, like the release of our app called Spaces this spring. So I'm in Toybox, I'm wearing the Oculus Rift, I'm using touch controllers, like many other experiences. But unlike every other experience up to that point, now I'm joined in VR with my friends, and I'm not alone. In reality, we're separated by a concrete wall, but now in this space, I'm playing with toys, I'm throwing firecrackers around because this toy box had both toys and fireworks, of course. And it was really life-changing for me to feel like I was inhabiting this virtual world with somebody else that I cared about. Taking a step back, let's think about how media has changed over time and at what point in the curve we're at with immersive media at Facebook. So we started with text, of course, then audio and photos and videos. And the evolution of 360 media is much more fast. It's going much more quickly than, for example, text to audio or anything else. And so a great example of this is last year's F8. We talked about hardware capabilities. This is what we displayed on the wall of how you can create 360 media. And the set of cameras is almost completely updated and completely different at this year's F8 when we were talking about how to do live 360. So from tripod-mounted high-resolution pano and video solutions to more than a few small handheld cameras, we're just excited to see how quickly this ecosystem is evolving, and we're also learning as it grows. We're excited to partner with everyone here to continue to figure things out. Now let's look behind the scenes a bit at how we operate as 360 Media at Facebook and how we're structured. So this hardware revolution was kind of the catalyst in 2015 for the nucleus of our team to begin. And that team's mission was to understand how to bring this new media type to Facebook, starting with streaming 360 videos. And then in 2016, our efforts grew when we launched 360 Photos on Newsfeed and in VR. And we also acquired a startup called 2 Big Ears that drives our core spatial audio technology. Now, together as a group, we think holistically about 360 and immersive media as a type of creative content that sits at the intersection of those two missions that I mentioned, that I began with. And we have a talented team of people working on exciting problems across all these areas and pushing the medium forward. So this team and our related partners throughout Oculus and Facebook are responsible for the upload and distribution for billions of people on Newsfeed and continuing to grow these efforts on Oculus Rift and Gear VR. So I will continue by talking about the specific dimensions of media we support and the distribution of those media types. Currently, the Facebook platform supports 360 video with high-quality spatial audio, 360 photos, live 360 video, and live 360 video with spatial audio like you could get from an ambisonic microphone or from streaming with our tools. We distribute this content via Facebook on desktop web browsers, focusing on Chrome and Firefox for full fidelity experiences, on our Facebook for Android and iOS apps, and in VR, first-party apps on Gear VR like our Facebook 360 app, Facebook Spaces, and Oculus Video. In terms of both production and consumption content, we consider 3 main axes for optimizing how we let you produce and consume this content: accessibility, quality, and speed. For mobile, we've been working hard to consider both how you can upload and get this content onto Facebook in situations where you might have limited bandwidth and you've taken panoramas out somewhere with your mobile phone. And then how do you also consume with limited GPU and limited hardware on these devices? We also care about quality of ingest, so can you upload a very high resolution file and have it served to all these devices? And then can we do this all quickly and efficiently in a way that doesn't kill your device and leads to the optimal experience for whatever viewport you currently have in whatever direction you're looking? So that's what we'll be keeping in mind as we talk more about our specific media types. So how do you create it in a way that's optimal to distributing on Facebook? To fully understand the spectrum of content creation, I'm going to go through the main options for creating both real and synthetic content and how that content gets to Facebook. So here again is our F8 booth this year at our developer conference. And that's showing entry and high-grade consumer cameras that we mentioned before. And we'll be excited actually to demo some of these for you in our workshop on Monday. Facebook, through its efforts in the Surround 360 project, has also been working on how to capture high-fidelity experiences as well. So at the high end of immersive capture, we introduced the open edition of the Facebook Surround 360. This is both an open source design and stitching software that was implemented by, for example, these camera manufacturers. And this can produce videos with stereo or perhaps even with depth and at high resolutions. So this is the high end of the quality bar for this type of content. And when I say depth, I mean experiences where when you have 6 degrees of freedom, for example, in the Oculus Rift, so you're moving not only along the rotational axis, but also translational motion, you'll actually be able to feel that parallax and see, under a bench, as opposed to other formats where that type of experience breaks. So that's pretty exciting that we're working to push the format forward in that fidelity direction. And specifically, with the type of overlap and the type of setup we have in this multi-camera ball, we're able to generate depth, and that's what lets us understand parallax. And so you can see in this demo, as we're wiggling around, that is really kind of at the ultimate edge of immersion. So this technology will become more accessible and across more platforms in the near future, but definitely something that keeps me excited about the high end of possibilities here. And as we're building this high-end technology, we're also making sure that we don't forget everyday user experiences that can be immersive. So one thing that you always have in your pocket is your cell phone, and many cell phones in their native camera apps can capture panoramas. And, it's just as immersive to take a panorama and kind of wrap it around your head in VR and show it to someone and have them feel like they're standing where you stood. And so we believe that it's important to not only allow upload of equirectangular images with the proper spherical metadata, but also to allow cylindrical projection panoramas as well, to be experienced in both an immersive format in newsfeed as well as in VR. So taking a step back, how does Facebook see 360 photos? We understand 360 photos through the photo metadata. And we are a big believer in uniformity of metadata and trying to bring the whole industry forward with that. So we try to be consistently interpreting the GPano metadata, the XMP metadata that you can write the spherical parameters to in your photo. And then we also key off of make and model for cylindrical panoramas to understand things like field of view and what camera took them so we could properly wrap them around the cylinder when we display them. Similarly, we don't have to be limited to full ECRX. We can interpret those spherical metadata parameters and correctly display partial ECRX in a way that kind of is optimal. It doesn't show you the ragged edges, lets you set your initial field of view and things like that. So here's a great example of a full equirectangular photo. And then here's what that photo looks like when you experience it in newsfeed. And we don't have to be limited to photos either. So this is a still taken from production in VR. And then this is that same still out of Oculus Story Studio. And you could also do the same thing if you're promoting a game So here is a page that is the NVIDIA page that's cross-promoting Witcher 3 with this screenshot of the game. And it's a really great way to understand, what the gameplay might be like and what the world seems like. Finally, this type of content is also great for brands that can upload to their page something immersive and interactive, and then they can promote it similar to any other post that's on Facebook. So this is a neat inside of a gin bottle viewpoint. So that was a lot about our 360 photos. Let's add a temporal component and talk now about our 360 video and 360 audio production and consumption. Here's an example of a 360 video that you can find on Facebook from National Geographic. So similar to the navigation pattern of photos, you can explore the video and you can view it in VR and newsfeed. There are two common formats that 360 can be represented as, and so we accept both equirectangular and cube map formats for videos. And cube map formats actually really lend themselves, going back to synthetic content, to streaming synthetic content or things that are rendered out potentially. I think there's even a Unity commands to take a cube map from a synthetic scene. So we accept those during upload, and then we figure out the best way, depending on the client and the interface, to serve that content. Specific example of doing that and streaming 360 videos in an efficient way is pioneering different projection types, so not just equirectangular and cube map, but actually projection types where the most pixels are concentrated on objects of interest. So here we're seeing work that actually understands where the person viewing the video is likely to look, and we either have that data from actual user behavior, or we've trained the machine learning model to indicate that for us when we don't have enough initial user behavior to do that. So that allows us to pack pixels in the optimal spaces and deliver the video content to you much more efficiently. Now, not only do we use the data from viewing on our platform to inform our projection types and our efficient streaming, we also have heat maps that we share with publishers to understand how their content is doing, what pieces of the content are interesting to them, and maybe, if they were to go back and edit the content, they could keep this in mind and understand how to guide people through the content on different on different surfaces. Finally, on the note of us pushing the limits with 360 video, we are working on cutting-edge video stabilization that maybe you take a shaky handheld video. This will actually clearly help that content be more viewable in VR and kind of just more pleasing in newsfeed. Speaking of in the moment, maybe potentially shaky but potentially excellent content, let's talk about how we see live 360 video and how to create that. So people love Facebook Live for flat video because of the way that it takes you into a specific time in a person's life. And we feel like 360 can take you both to that time in a person's life and also to a place. So together we're giving people the freedom to explore a new environment in real time as if they were there and part of the action. So not only do you get to attend your friend's surprise birthday party, you also can see feedback similar to our other 2D Live in real time from your friend. You can message them, you can comment, and they get to interact with you as you're interacting with them in that time and place. So I think that's really exciting. Since we launched in March, we've been working with many 360 camera manufacturers to ensure the best live experience possible. So here you see some of the cameras that we've marked Live 360 ready, and that we have invested in working with them to make sure the streaming experience to Facebook is pretty seamless. Here's an example flow to go live with the gyroptic I/O camera. You can also see our online documentation and getting started guide here for more details. We'll also be going over some of these flows in our workshop on Monday, so if you're interested in learning more in depth, please make sure to join us. And once you're not live, your video, if you want it to, will live as a normal video, normal 360 video on your timeline or page. At that point, we'll provide you some additional tools to get the most out of your content. One of these tools is called Guide, which is demonstrated here in this video. So what you can do with Guide is you can set points of interest, and we'll auto-navigate between those points of interest for you as the video plays back in Newsfeed. So you publish with your points of interest, and then the viewer will be guided through the experience through maybe an optimal path that you've chosen. And then, as I mentioned before, once you have sufficient views, you can also use insights like our heat map to maybe set guide points from that, or take a slice through the experience that's different than how people have been viewing it. So now let's add the final component. So we have space, we have time. Let's talk about audio. Our core audio tech goes by the name Audio 360. And this refers to not only the rendering SDK, but also the SDK that is playing back in creator tools called the Spatial Workstation. So a quick recap of spatial audio for everyone to be on the same page. If audio is spatialized, it should, similar to when you pan around in a 360 video, the soundscape should also move relative to your head. Headlocked audio, which could be something like narration or voiceover, will not appear to move. So one thing that's also unique to Facebook is you can upload your spatial audio with both a headlocked stereo track as well as your spatialized audio channels. So in this National Geographic video, not sure you can hear it, but a great example of spatialized audio in action is the helicopter will stay sonically in its position as you rotate it around, which really adds to the sense of immersion. And if you guys haven't seen this video, I highly recommend it. The audio and video are both done extremely well. So I mentioned Audio 360 powers both playback across all of our surfaces, mobile and web, and it also powers our creative tools that we are accessible for free to help you create video with spatial audio. And we'll be talking more about this in our workshop as well. But the general workflow in these tools is that you load up your video. Maybe you've done an initial pass at editing it, and then you take either mono or stereo or ambisonic sound sources, and you can place them on top of the video in the scene and kind of move them around and record that out as your audio track. And so this is a plugin that works with normal audio production workflows like Reaper or Pro Tools, but we'll take that track and spatialize it. And the set of tools also includes, like I said, a video player, your control plugin, so you can tweak, the elevation, the distance, and so on outside of the GUI that I just showed you. And finally, we provide you with an encoder that takes your output audio file, your video file, muxes it together and gets it into a format that is ready for upload to Facebook, or puts it in a lower fidelity open format that's accepted by other platforms like YouTube and so on. So you produce once, you encode for everywhere, and you're good to go. Here's an example session from production with lots of stuff going on. But you can see that I'm previewing how my content will look as I'm moving the video around. And the spatialized tracks are actually responding. Finally, wanted to quickly mention Live 360 plus Audio 360 as kind of another combination of all of the exciting technology that we're developing. So here's our setup that is in development right now. We have a gyroptic camera, we have an ambisonic microphone, and we're able to stream that live to Facebook. So here's a quick screen grab of our first ever transmission of Live 360 with spatial audio coming from that microphone. So it was a great, really fun day to jam in the music room and be able to hear, you know, the guitar over here, person drumming on the table, and then Hans, who's one of the engineers leading the project, speaking about the setup and what the pipelines look like. So we're continuing to develop that workflow to make it a bit more user-friendly, but pretty excited about that as well. Now, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the distribution side of things and talk about the specific parameters and how we deliver content. So through the incredible reach of about 1.8 billion people, you can share your 360 photos and videos at pretty high resolutions. In VR, we're at 4K. The 360 photo is delivered tiled, so we actually approach even higher resolutions depending on client capabilities and the input resolution of your media. So here's a specific example of a photo that was uploaded close to its input resolution and viewed on web, where you can actually zoom and see this person in pretty good detail toward the ridge line here. And unlike the caption, this is not in testing only. This is available right now. But these are our engineers' test photos that I grabbed. So really exciting to be able to unlock higher resolutions for devices that are otherwise GPU limited through our work that we've put in to support them and to render them correctly. And just as a recap, again, these are the platforms that we distribute to. So desktop, mobile, and VR. And what's really interesting is that you can go from newsfeed, you're seeing maybe a bunch of immersive media in this format serially, and then you find one piece that you like, and you can cast that, if you're on an Android phone, directly to VR in your Gear VR to become fully immersed in that piece of content. So you see here, she has her Samsung phone, and then decides to watch in VR. And then one thing that we have recently released is our Facebook 360 Gear VR app. So instead of just casting to VR, this is your one-stop destination for the people that you care about, the people and pages you're following, your own timeline, and then public content that you can explore, as well as things that you've saved. So I think one of the most powerful things about this app and about VR is the ability to kind of step into other people's shoes, and those are the people that maybe you care about, or creators that are giving you beautiful content, and then to revisit moments on your own timeline, all very accessible and in one spot. And what we've tried to do with this app is to balance immersion and the ability to react and see social context in these pieces. And we believe it's useful for content creators to be able to share their content with that appropriate context, but not let the context get in the way of the immersion. In fact, this beautiful 360 time-lapse of the Milky Way is from William Briscoe, and he is a creator that we work with at Facebook thanks to the partnership with Blend Media. Another nice thing about the Facebook ecosystem is not only do you get your content into your page or your timeline by uploading to Facebook, it's ready for you in the Facebook 360 app, which I just mentioned, on Gear VR, and also available on Rift in our Spaces app, which was launched in April. Here's a quick video demonstrating what we hope people get out of Spaces. So here we are again with not only backdrop of pretty excellent immersive media that you have and you're sharing with somebody else, but you're in VR with a person that's meaningful to you, experiencing that piece of media together. I think that Spaces is really the ultimate place to experience content with your friends in Rift right now. And this is a small community, but we believe in the future of consuming media in VR, and we believe that future should be social. And this is a great place to experience that social, immersive media intersection. So coming back to the content across all these platforms, across friends, family, publishers, connections you have with other people, taking places that you've been, giving you a firsthand view of somewhere you've never been. I wanted to share my second favorite experience in VR. And back in October, our team had a competition to basically create the best piece of immersive media we can. And my take on that was to take a 360 camera with me the entire month of October. And what that gave me in November when I visited my family 3,000 miles away from where I live was something to show my dad and others. So here he is in his Gear VR with his headphones. And here's kind of the highlight reel of the type of content that he was able to see. So it's pretty amazing to be able to deliver this content to somebody with relatively low friction, just have him put on a Gear VR and have him, step into your favorite pizza place, even though he's never been there. And I was pretty excited to be able to share that. So to conclude, we hope that this has been informative, that maybe you learned something about the platform or the capabilities or some of the surfaces where we allow you to interact with immersive content that you didn't know before. And we look forward to seeing you on Monday, if possible, when we dive headfirst into Live 360 and spatial audio at our workshop. And also at our mixer on Monday night with Blend Media, if you're around. So Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate being able to speak with you today.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks a lot. Now we have Juha, who's coming up next. So just be a minute or two until we get set up, or less. Let's go ahead. Hello, are we still on? All right, take it away, Juha.
My name is Juha Kela. Thank you. Thank you. So I come from Finwi. I'm here together with my colleagues Tapani and Lauri. So they are there for the exhibition area, and you can later on visit the demos and see what we have there. So I'm going to tell first a little bit about our company. Finwi is doing mobile software players for 360 video VR. We have been in the business for 10 years now, and since the last 5 years, the main focus has really been on the 360 and VR solutions. Mainly for the mobile devices in the beginning, but now the focus is also transitioning to a different platform and devices. Just a short glimpse of the engine behind the whole magic. So we call it Orion 360. It runs on multiple platforms, and currently it powers over 450 applications in the App Store. So we are licensing the SDK and tools so that people can use the engine, and we also do custom development, and now we are presenting 2 products that could be interesting for your content. The applications in total have over 28 million downloads, so it has been a quite popular platform. And this is our offering in a one nice picture. So everything is built on top of the Orion engine, fully in-house native engine for these devices. We also have a CMS system called make360app.com. So there we have an online store. You can go there, explore it. You can order the licenses for the SDK. But we also have tools to create your own apps, insert your own assets and logos and material to create a native app without any coding. We do custom app development, and today the things I'm presenting are the new tool called Spot for publishing your content, and live sync for the presentations. Okay, so let's start first with the Spot. The question is, what's the Spot? So it's a subscription type of platform. So idea is that you go online. In many cases, if you have shows, presentations, you have a marketing campaigns, it really doesn't make a sense for you to develop a custom app for that. Custom app development is slow, and also for the live broadcasts, it's those are usually single shot events. So people are having the live, it's going to run for one day. Maybe after the live, there will be a video on demand delivery so that people can see the content afterwards. So the lifetime of that type of application is usually 1 month, 3 months or something. So Spot tackles this problem with the idea that there is a shared platform. You can go there, you can access the content with a link. You can publish, you can use the shared application to publish your own stuff. You can add commercials, logos, you can customize it. And with the one subscription fee, you can get the player for all the major platforms. PC-based platforms are not included yet, but for the mobile devices and even with for the new Apple TV. So it's easy to use, easy to set up, and I can show you an example of that. This is the view on the editor CMS system. So first you create your profile, you log in. Then on the second level, you create your project, you add your own logos, own branding, own look and feel, your own links. And then finally, you can edit and preview your project, purchase and publish. And people can access on the tool, we provide a PIN code to access the content, QR code to access the content, but you can also use a direct link, which is quite easy to use. We have a domain called spot.name. So you can use that to reference the content and go there. And on the application side, when the project is done, people download the Spot application. They can go using the URL to the page, and it will prompt you that, hey, if you have the Spot application installed, you can open up the show directly, or you can download the Spot app and then either use the PIN code provided, or you use the built-in QR code reader to open the content, and you are good to go. And I think here is a perfect spot for the live demo. So this is the Spot application, and this is how it looks like. And actually what I'm going to show to you, I can go there, type in the code for the PIN code for the content, or I can activate the QR code reader. I don't have the QR code here, but you can see that it really activates the camera, and you can use the built-in camera on the device. But now I have the direct link to the Spot, so I will open up the Radiant Images, and this was actually used yesterday for live streaming from the Cinegear. So Cinegear Radiant Images was providing 6 different streams. So this is a branded application for that, and people could enjoy the live streaming using the Spot application. So it was really easy for them to set up the live. They provided us the links to the streams, and we set it up the player for them in a couple of minutes. But you can do it also on your own. You don't need our help on that side. So it's easy and fast to use. And you can, as you see, you can have your own logos, branding, color schemes. So there's kind of a basic set for customization, how the application looks like. But let's go back to the presentation. And we have demos running on the booth, so you can come there, you can try it out on your own. It's there's plenty of examples of different applications. The next thing I'm going to present to you is called LiveSync. Some of you may already know a little bit about this. And what I'm showing here today is the kind of also the next evolution step of the LiveSync. The idea for this started already a while ago when we were having different demos using Gear VR and other devices. And the problem usually is that when you are running your show, people are using Gear VR, it's always a hassle. If you go to any major trade show, what usually happens is that people put the glasses on, and then they start to having some problems. For example, they accidentally press a menu or get lost, or there needs to be a professional to help them, so that you need to push this, and you need to operate like this to get it run. And the operator of the whole event cannot really see what's happening inside the Gear VR. And also the other problem is that you can always use a mirroring. So you can use some screen casting technologies to cast the screen on a TV, but on a trade show, it really doesn't work because of the traffic, because of all the wireless devices in the place, so you need to have something better. So this was the initial idea, that we want people to see what's happening inside the Gear VR, but we would also like to expand the concept. So, what is LiveSync? This is a kind of a funny name, but we actually, it started to evolve based on customer requirements and ideas, and we now call it the PowerPoint of VR. And it's a quite brave statement, but I can actually show you that I'm running the show currently with the tool, and now I'm going to reveal what's happening inside the application. So let's go back there. So this is the thing that I'm using. This is LiveSync, and I actually have my slides here. So we were at this slide. I can drag and drop it there. I can make it bigger. So this is the tool for running a normal slides. But of course, we are talking about VR. We want to have something more. So we like to have a VR content. So let's go, for example, to amusement park. So you can run a 360 video inside there. So it's a tool for different types of VR content. It supports videos, 360 videos, still images, so you can have panoramic images, you can have slideshows, and what we also can see here is that you can have a... Oops. Let's put the cable back on. I'm back. Okay, good. Okay, so what you can have here, you can have different types of content, and I can show you some. Let's go over there. So you can actually have video libraries. You can navigate them, and it's really easy to use. So you can just take the video, drag it on the player, and it will start. So it's fun and easy thing to use to present your VR stuff. You can have different views if you like, and then I'm actually waiting for the connection from the guys on the front row. So let's have more people to join in.
Sorry, that's going to be playing on the glasses, the VR glasses?
You can have it on the Gear VR, and what's happening actually there, the two guys are using the Gear VR, and what you can see there, what they are looking at. So you can see what is inside the Gear VR, what is inside the tablet. You can have up to 8 devices. You can monitor what's happening there. So all the movements are transmitted from the glasses to the screen, so you can have multiple people there. You can also select what person to view on the bigger screen. So it has multiple options how to show and how to present your content. Then, if we want to use hotspots, so we can also insert something interesting onto the scene. So let's put, for example, this is a winter scene, or this is a Finnish summer, I don't know. So let's put here some free ice cream. And of course we need to have some smileys. I can drop it over there, and it will appear on the screen. And also the guys with the glasses can see the hotspots. So there could be a different kind of interactive elements there. What we also have, this is the new version that is coming later this year. So what we also have, I can actually insert multiple hotspots, so we can have an info spot over here, maybe free Wi-Fi, it's always needed in the woods, and then the bus transportation can be found from there. So there are a couple of hotspots now on the screen, and one of the major customers we have is working on the industry. And what they like to do with the tool is that they are actually doing a factory tours. So we are shooting a 360 video for them from an industrial plant, and then they are using the video content as a kind of a basic canvas or template to create the project files. And what they are doing, they are adding kind of markers, task lists for the personnel that, hey, you need to go and you need to fix this electric cabinet. They can add arrows, they can add texts, they can add whatever material they like there. And then after the thing is done, we have this, on the top corner, we have this trash can, and then we have the share button, and when I click the share button, I can add the title for the project, and then export. So it will actually take a screenshot of each of these hotspots on the video, and it will create a task list. And now it's a document. I can scroll, you can have a title, you can have a reference to the video timeline. So it will be a kind of a interactive document created from the 360 video that can be used as a task list for the project. And then if I click the envelope, I can email the whole thing, the whole setup, PDF file, zip file including HTML presentation of the stuff, and then JSON file including the configuration. So this can be used to share a task list for a project. And the customer is really happy, and they are spreading this along all their units. Now they are using it for the nuclear power maintenance, for example, to reduce the radiation doses for the people. Because what really happens is that it's a highly hostile environment with lots and lots of heat, radiation, and with this tool they can reduce the amount of radiation because they can plan everything ahead, and people say that it's really easy for them to understand beforehand because it's a really complex environment. So they can understand beforehand, they can get used to the environment by using the 360 video. It's really easy to navigate there, and then you can have a clear task list. And also you can comment on the task list, so it's a fully interactive environment. Then let's go back to the slides. So the live sync is evolving fast. We are implementing new features all the time. The current version is using Bluetooth, and as I said, we can support up to 8 devices simultaneously. So you can control presentation on 8 devices, you can monitor what the people are seeing, you can insert hotspots, you can save that. It's the kind of a basic level we have now. During this year, we will have a support for stereoscopic rendering and positional audio. It's on the pipeline next. Then we will include a Wi-Fi connectivity and synchronization, which means that now you need to have all the content and all the assets copied on the different devices you are using. But there's going to be a clever solution for that, enabling you to synchronize the content you are using in your presentation along your audience. So that's coming. Then we already did some custom projects for Ayrton Senna Institute in Brazil, where we were using 400 different devices. So people were using their own mobile phones, 400 devices at the same place. They downloaded the content, and we developed a control interface for that. So it was simultaneous presentation for the big audience using their own phones. So we call that a global synchronized playback. You don't even need to be in the same room. You can be on different sites and have a synchronized show on the fly. Although we don't support all the interactive hotspot features in the beginning, but it will evolve. There will be enterprise features. So some of the features I presented, like the reporting, sharing the content, that will be part of the enterprise package. But we are looking for also an option to have an academic licensing. This could be a perfect tool for schools. So people are using these nice tiny cameras, Gear 360 or the upcoming GoPro Fusion to create the content, and students can really develop a highly interactive new type of experiences from the classroom. They can shoot the content, they can edit, they can add hotspots, they can make it interactive and then share the whole experience to the team and group and to the teachers. Then we are working on a tool called LiveNote, so it will be more content management system based thing that will integrate the features from the live sync and to be able to have it as a kind of in a broader sense that you can have a corporate level tool for creating these kind of experiences and managing them. And then, of course, analytics and tracking. So you can view traces of different people, what they are looking at, how they interact with the interactive elements in the presentation. So this is, for us, the live sync is kind of like an integration of the whole development we have been doing in 5 years. It integrates really, really many ideas that has come along the way or we have been used in the customer projects, and we really see that there is a demand and requirement for this, and it will solve many problems. And this is why we also want to hear your ideas and your opinions. We are really developing this based on the customer requirements. The industrial and educational requirements are quite clear. We are going along that path, but we would also like to learn from you. So if you have any ideas, please come to our team and have a chat, and we can see what we can do. But of course, since we are here, since we are one big family, we need to share freebies for you. So what we have, you have now the opportunity to set up the live sync. So please come there to the exhibition area, bring your own devices, and if you don't have your devices with you, what you can do is that just contact the guys and we can set up you a free promo. So you can try it out for free, the live sync quad subscription for 1 month. It will be a full version, no watermarks, anything, and you can control up to 2 GVRs or 2 other devices simultaneously. Another note is that you can download the live sync for free. You can try it out for free. It doesn't cost you anything. But if you want to add your own content, your own hotspots, your own logos, whatever, then that content will be watermarked. So you need to purchase a license to be able to get rid of the watermark. But you can try it out for free with your devices. I could actually also go to the pricing. We have a little bit time left. So this is the current pricing. So for the simple presentations, if you just want to have your Gear VR monitored and if you want to play around with that, it's 200 euros per year. Then the quad license, which will be now provided for free for 1 month, the price is 400 per year, and the team license up to 8 devices, it's 800 per year. So this is the current licensing model. And I can also show here, it's quite nice. You can switch the roles on the live sync on the fly. So you can be a controller of the presentation, or you can install the exactly same app and be as an audience. So it's a good way of, you can have a, we could also, for example, have 5 different demos running in the same room at the same time without any interference to each other. So you can set up a multi-demo booth and use different controllers for that because of this channel concept. So it works quite nicely. Let me go back to the slides. So I think this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The guys will be there for the whole duration. I will be off for a while, but I will be coming back on Monday. So please contact us, ask us, come and try the demos and install it to your devices and try to use it. Yeah, please.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, great software you are there. You might have already covered this and I might have missed this, but is it able, are you able or are you planning on implementing a live 360 to be controllable inside the environment? Because it from what I've seen, that's just pre-recorded 360.
Yep. So let's check it out. I really have no idea if this works because of the network. NASA is broadcasting live HLS stream, and if there's a connection, it should work. Let's see what happens. But the answer to the question is that yes, it can be done. The support, it's still under development, but yeah, it's doable. The only thing with the live stream, you should know that when you are using live stream, there's usually buffering. And the buffer creates a delay between different viewers, and then you might lose the control of the presentation. So it's not going to be that exact as with the offline content. But yeah, it can be done.
Okay, I have a question too. I'm just wondering if you are planning on supporting Android, not only iOS, for playing?
Sorry, sorry. The controller is now running on iOS. The players are available for Android, iOS, Gear VR, Daydream is coming, and the controller really works now on iOS, but there will be an Android version later on.
This year or?
Depending on the requirements, it could be this year. So we are really prioritizing the work and seeing where to go.
Thank you.
Yes, Jeffrey.
So the devices are all connected to the master device via Bluetooth?
Sorry?
The devices are connected via Bluetooth?
Yeah.
How many devices can be connected at once?
At this point, 8.
Thank you.
And we actually tested out this setup on we did the first tests on CES, really crowded, and the latest test we run on NAB in Las Vegas, and it was packed with people and it worked. So it's quite reliable.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Thomas Rascher showing Pano to VR 6, the next generation. This is a sneak peek. Are you ready, Thomas? Okay, welcome, Thomas. After this talk, we'll do a quick Q&A, and then we will have our next break.
Is it presenters mode or duplicating?
Raja, and I want to talk about Pano2VR. First, a little introduction. What is Pano2VR? It's a regular desktop app for Windows, Mac, and Linux. You can create virtual tours. You can export them to HTML5 or Google Street View. And you can create video walkthroughs. A little bit on the history. The first version was released 2007. We had a major new design, as a redesign of the user interface in 2015. The application is available in many, many languages. It works with gigapixel images, and it can work with a lot of different formats, including HDR, and we have video support since 2007. Our HTML5 features are custom skins. The skins also support components, so you can download pre-made components from the internet or store your components yourself. All skins can be responsive, so they work on the desktop and mobile devices as well. You can embed videos. You can use directional sound, so if you move around, the audio gets louder depending on where you look at. And we also support lens flares. So next I want to talk about the features we added in the latest version that's currently available. So the major new thing was Street View export. We are now certified as Street View workflow ready. So this means you can upload your virtual tours to Street View. You can also download and modify already made tours that you created with other tools, or I don't know, did 2015 or whatever. And you can also delete the images directly on Google. But we also added some new features that are very useful for Street View, but also for regular use. So the first is a new patch, a blur patch. So you can just add a new patch to your panorama and select the blur type, or you can just use a keyboard shortcut, so it's even quicker, and just select the size for the area you want to blur, and now you have the faces blurred and nobody can tell who's Jürgen or Markus. Of course, sometimes you also want to remove stuff. So here on this image, I'm in the bottom, and blurring wouldn't really help, so I really want to remove myself. So we introduced the blur cover. This brings in the pixels that are around the center, and we also blur a little bit at the center. It's like, still you can see that something's going on, but it's not as disturbing as if I would just blur it. But of course we can even do better. So we can use Photoshop. In this case, I added the master node, so this means all the changes I do are applied to the whole tour. I create a large patch area, extract all the images for the whole tour, and then you have a folder with all the areas. And then I can just use Photoshop. Here I record a Photoshop action. I create a selection for this area that I want to fix. Then just do a content-aware fill so that I'm removed. And then I save the image as the last step in the action, stop the action. Now I can process all the patches, the nadir patches of the tour with this action. So I just use patch mode, hit start. So Photoshop loads all the images, applies the action I've chosen, like the content-aware fill. And because I didn't close the images, they are still available in Photoshop, so you can fine-tune them or do other things. But because I saved the images, Pano2VR detects those changes and just fills in the patches from Photoshop as nadir. So those are features that are already available in the current version. So next I want to talk about version 6 as a sneak peek. We did a lot of work with gigapixels. We add now multi-resolution TIFF files. So those are regular TIFF files, but enhanced with extra information that makes loading much faster. So I'm now dragging in a gigapixel image, and you can see it's available instantly. This image has 20 gigapixels, so you can zoom in a lot. You can use all the features of Pano VR, like you can change projections and use it as a little planet. And this doesn't need any cache files or anything, it's just loaded right away. This also improves patching a lot. So you can just zoom in an area. Then add a patch. Do the same thing as before. Extract the patch. Do a content aware fill. And as soon as you hit save, Pano VR detects automatically the changes in the file name and the boat is gone. So another improvement is large tours. So here I'm dragging in a tour image. You can see while the tour is still loading, I can interact. I could, I don't know, fix the geolocation already. You can see that pins are popping up on the map. And those are more than 1,000 images under 15 seconds on the first import. Next improvement is the animation tool. We now support multiple sequences, so we can store different walkthroughs within the same project. We can have custom flying effects, and the animation tool is now also integrated in the main window. This means you can use it in a dual screen setup, which was not possible in version 5. And here are some examples. Like this is the gigapixel image from before. That's not playing. Why is it not playing? Okay. So you can use the protection changes, zoom in and highlight different areas of the images. You can also use this with video panoramas. So you can use those animations as a auto rotation, so it's still interactive, so people can just stop the animation and interact with it, or you can export this as a video file and upload it to YouTube or use it in any other means. Or you can also use the animation to make walkthroughs to a virtual tour. Like this was done here. So you can just turn around, zoom in to the next location, make crossfade, and you can also use protection changes to make it a little bit more interesting. So a new tool is floor plans. So you could use floor plans in version 5, but it was basically just in the skin, but now it's like really integrated in the whole software. So you can just take a bunch of nodes and put them on the floor plan. and position them where the images were taken. And you can also adjust the placement, like you can select a bunch of nodes, like rotate the sub-constellation, move them around, or scale the layout. And of course, you can also link the nodes together. You can do this manually, or you can just do an auto-linking. You have different modes, like sequential, but here are just closest nodes, and all nodes are linked together. And after of course, afterwards you can fine-tune it, add connections, or remove, but the basic layout is done. And then, of course, you can geolocate this whole thing. So this means you just search the actual location. Then you can overlay this floor plan onto the map, rotate it, and scale it to the size. And when you're done, you just exit the mode, and then all those nodes get GPS coordinates. So because those images are taken inside, you don't have GPS, so you cannot export it to, for example, Street View, but this way they are geo-referenced. Another new feature in version 6 will be maps. We support OpenStreetMaps, Mapbox, and custom URLs. So for example, in Austria, we have base maps, which is a government service. We have very high resolution map data, and you can also use those for as maps in the skin. Of course, you can also use the floor plans in the skin. You can add custom markers. We now support 2 chip APIs, Google API and Leaf.js. And the floor plans are also multi-resolution, so you can use really high detailed floor plans. So a quick summary, version 6 will improve gigapixel support, can work with really large tools, improved animation, new floor plan tool, and it custom maps, and it will be available in the 3rd quarter. We have to fine-tune some things. The last thing, pricing. Panel VR is 99 euros the standard version, 299 the Pro version. This will stay the same for version 6. If you purchased Panel VR version 5 in 2017, the upgrade to version 6 will be free. And otherwise it's 29 and 79. And here's the download link. Thank you.
All right, so who's got the first question?
Any
sorry.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you covered. I got you covered, man.
So, I've got a series of questions. The first is about the high resolution images. I see you can export a video from high resolution from gigapixel.
Yeah.
It can be done even from flat gigapixel.
From what?
From a flat gigapixel.
I think yeah. You can. I think you can combine. Yeah, it works. You can combine flat images and regular panoramic images into a tour, and then make a whole fly-through. So you can have a, I don't know, Indiana Jones style map with.
So if I have big map, I can make a video zooming in, zooming out, and moving.
Yeah.
That's great. Second question is, when I geotag the image the way you just showed, applying the floor plan to the maps, are also the original JPEGs geotagged?
If you export them, yes. We never touch the original images, but you can export all the panoramas with embedded XMP data. And also like direction heading. We add tags for Facebook and Google, etc. So it's like, yeah, you can.
Thank you.
Hey Thomas, the new floor plan tool looks really cool. Does it work on multiple levels?
Yes.
Brilliant.
I forgot to mention this, yeah.
Okay.
You can add as many floor plans as you want.
Amazing.
With multiple levels. You can also have the nodes, a single node on multiple levels. So for example, the staircase is to interconnect different floor plans. And the floor plan tool will always switch to the most appropriate level. So if you have other ways to go to a different node, the floor plans also will switch automatically.
Ulf Beischlag, I would have two questions. One is, the tours which you are generating, are they hosted or are you providing them as an HTML5?
This is, we don't do hosting. Those are all HTML5 files on your hard disk. So you get a huge output folder with all the images and JavaScript files. Then you have to host it yourself.
Okay. The second question I have, how are you handling all the difficulties currently with the Google API? Stability problems and things disappearing and coming up that you don't expect.
What's the question?
Sorry. How are you handling all the difficulties with the Google API? Do you have a direct connection to them that you get quick responses on all the problems?
I write emails to your neighbor, and at some point they get handled like neighbor sitting next to you, and he will take care of them eventually. Now, at the moment, as I understand it, they change over the old projects to the new API, and at some point, hopefully, this gets more stable and more predictable. But
when you pull the panoramas on the floor plan, you link them. Are there then suggestions for hotspots, or do you have them?
Yes, there are ghost hotspots. So if we have a location, you will also have the ghost hotspots.
Any more questions? All right.
Are you planning to add direct hotspots for moving video?
The hotspots at the moment work, but they are stable. At some point, you may also add moving hotspots, but it's not version 6, maybe 6.1 or something.
All right, is that it? So I do believe we have a break now. Thanks a lot, Thomas. That was great. We have a break. I can't remember what time we come back. Oh, no? 1 minute. Wait a minute. I'm getting flagged. I'm getting flagged from the behind. Hold up. Hold your horses. Here comes Florian to the rescue.
No, sorry. I just want to explain. There is warm food, but it's on the first floor. So you go the stairs up, right to your right, and there will be warm food and salty ones. And the sweets and the dessert is in the coffee house. So just to kind of find your way and not just eat cakes.
It's about 1 hour, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have shift change. Just legally not allowed to work more than until 4 o'clock. So here since 7:50. My coworker is going to take over. I'm going to tell him basically everything I heard today, and I'll be there tomorrow at 8:30. You want me to open all the doors as well as the upstairs doors because as far as I can tell, I'm standing outside the multiple times.
break it. Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. I'd like to introduce Jörg Dietrich on the stage. He's going to talk about his wonderful architectural photography, flat.
Thank you.
Right? And after his talk, we have a short little break, and then we have our panel on monetization. So make sure you come back for that, and I'll let you take it. So,
thanks.
Thanks, Jörg.
So, welcome. Thanks for coming in, dropping in. We had a little bit stress because my old laptop was not perfect, which is a good starting point because my images are never really perfect because of parallax, you know. Actually, this is my first ever professional talk about this. And yeah, I just mentioned that because I actually had no background at all into 360-degree, into virtual reality or 3D modeling when I started this 6 years ago. And I still do not have that much background because I'm just doing this, nothing else. So it was a bit unexpected when Jürgen Schrader phoned me in February to offer me to talk here. Wow, in front of all of you. And I actually had to decline it at the beginning because I was supposed to be alone with my 2-year-old boy this weekend, plans in the family. And so we had to work that out. And because I thought it's better to go here to Vienna, which is not that far away from Germany, instead of traveling half the world, maybe next year. And I didn't leave him in the hotel room, no stories about that. Yeah, so now I lost my red line, but it's gonna be back in a moment. I brought something with me for you. This is a view from Vienna, which I was working on in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And I used this for creating a little video animation to show the creation process. And that's my starting point, just to give you a little overview what I'm doing. So this is the Graben. I don't know who has been in the city center in the 1st district, in the Erster Bezirk. And it's quite a prestigious street, very high class. It's part of the Golden U, this shopping area of Vienna, of 3 streets. It's the center of it. It's close to the Stephan Dome. So it's very impressive architecture. Also a little bit complicated, not like the easiest linear panorama because you have a lot of things in the street, people sitting outside on the restaurant benches and everything, and I had to get that away from the architecture. And so I had to shoot not only from like one line of a distance, but I had to get close to cover the shops that would be obstructed. For example, actually this was done in 2014, the photography. I was here in Vienna for 4 days, and it's only the 2nd street I managed to finish. Since then I photographed about, I think, 60 or 70. So my main problem always is time, because it just takes so much longer to create the images than to photograph them. So. Thank you. So back to my talk. I actually changed the subject a little bit because that's more appropriate from my perspective. It's all, but anyway, it's cityscapes, but it's always architecture. So the basics. What's the difference between what I do in this linear panorama project to regular panoramas? I guess most of you know it, but I'll go through the basics. Does one see this arrow? Yeah. So on a regular panorama, you shoot from one viewpoint and then rotate the camera, and on a linear panorama, you walk along the facade and take images from different viewpoints. And in the result, you have a regular panorama like the top one. This is a street in Leipzig, in Germany. And the second one is the same photos, but in a rectilinear projection. And the last one is taking a linear set of photos to create this street line version. So basically, what I'm doing is a large, big parallax error. So the thing that is the small problem that you have to get around is is basically my panoramas are all one big parallax error. I just have to find ways to hide that. And here, from this Vienna panorama we just seen, here are some examples. And when you look at the columns in the middle, then you'll see that they are always at another position from image to image. And this goes even more strong as an effect on the top level windows, which are more behind, and so the difference shifts even more from image to image. And the same goes for things like balconies, which are three-dimensional on this more or less two-dimensional facade. So you always have to see that you get three-dimensional things frontal. So now I'll show some examples, because after I started this, after time you realize there's actually so much you can try to use this for. There's like the whole built world around us often is a good example for this. So the most obvious is the street fronts, and you'll see a lot of them in our archive, online archive at panoramastreetline.com. Here we have Genoa in Italy, and the other one is from Puebla in Mexico. Then the same goes for squares. There it's sometimes easier because you have more space available. You can move backwards a little further, but you can still do these linear images and have another way of representing buildings on a square. Here we have Mexico again, Huejotzingo, a little town somewhere close to Puebla. And this is from Wrocław, or Breslau as we call it in Germany, in Poland. Actually, I just want to mention that that's one of the most beautiful squares, at least all over Europe. It has 4 sides like this, and then it has even 4 sides on the inside, but that's not what I'm talking about, what you want to hear about, I mean. Next examples are riverfronts or shorefronts. Obvious examples, you also have more space. Here we have obvious Amsterdam, and the second one is from Strasbourg in France. This is a shorefront. This is directly at the shore wall in Havana in Cuba. So then of course, we can apply that to old architecture, to new architecture. Here we have half-timbered buildings in Rouen in France, and a new building in Leipzig in Germany. Then, yeah, we can use that for buildings which are very long and often not on a square where you could picture it in one image. So, for example, industry buildings, which often occupy like a very large area. And of course, also, we call them Plattenbau in Germany, prefab buildings, I think is the English term. So all these long buildings that popped up since the 60s everywhere, I guess. Of course, you can apply that to every big city as well as small cities. Actually, sometimes people tell me, why are you going to this city? There's nothing interesting about it. But I have never been in a small city where I didn't think that there was at least one place where where putting together images, buildings next to each other, creates really a new and fascinating view for this small city. Often these images are most interesting to the people inhabiting the city. Sometimes if you show them to someone who doesn't know the place, doesn't realize that there might be something different. That was Paris and Deauville in France. Deauville is only about 4,000 inhabitants, but it's a rich kind of, it's for the rich of Paris, so there's a lot of visitors. Something I really like to photograph are train stations, also often very long buildings. Here's an example from a small town in Saxony on top, and the other one is unfinished. I need to work on that someday, but it's probably the most unique train station I experienced so far. It's from Luxor in Egypt. So another example, university buildings. This is from Copenhagen, as you can see on the flag. And below that, that's the GUM in Moscow, the famous department store, which is not in a way that a department store as we expected, but had this Soviet style thing. Yeah, sometimes interesting to see how certain buildings give a focus, like large city halls, or on the lower example, churches. Sometimes churches are built into streets and you don't really see them because they are not like the famous churches standing on a square, but in this way I always like it when they pop up in between the buildings. This is also another example from Saxony, Werdau, the city on top, and below that it's London, that's close to Sloane Square, if you know London is on the right side. So, and then there are some really, really unique buildings where you think, wow, this is so different, and where it gets really interesting to get a new perspective. And here I also brought you a regular panorama as a comparison. This is the Papal Palace in Avignon, the Palais des Papes, or Papstpalast in German. So a very unique building. I think I read that it's the largest medieval building all over Europe. So that's, yeah. Then we get away from regular architecture, outside architecture. We can also use that for street art and graffiti. And I think if you look up the internet for linear panoramas, you sometimes find graffitis, because that's a very easy example, because you have a really two-dimensional long front which you can put together. Of course, it gets a little bit more complicated when buildings are involved. This is from a street art festival in Grimmitschau, another little city in Germany. There's this e-book festival which is happening in another city each year there. So now we get into the buildings, and there are also examples where you will have like long structures that you can't capture in one image, and so you can apply this technique. And this is from underground stations. The two top-level ones are from Leipzig again, where they opened an all-new underground line in 2013. And the lowest example is from Frankfurt, still unfinished. Yeah, and here's another way to use it, like in Passage. In German, we call these Passagen, Passage Bay or something. And so these shopping things that you can walk through from one street to another. And that's another unfinished Leipzig example, the Mädler Passage with the Faust from Goethe statues on the left. And another good example, for I can't show you the high-profile galleries because I have no permission to do so, is gallery walls as well. There you can also, like in large museums, you can photograph the whole gallery wall and put into picture how the curator positions everything. So, and then you can, of course, try to do really complex projects. Here we have on the top, this is the Grand Place in Brussels. And it's all four sides. First stick together linear and then edit it into one large image. And below that, that's the largest project we did so far. It's in Leipzig, you have an inner city circle, the Leipziger Ring, like the Wiener Ring, where you also have this Wiener Ringstraße, and in Vienna, Wien. And we did one continuous image of this ring in Leipzig, and there we did it for a book and exhibition project, and actually they had an 1850 version, which so we could use that to compare. So it was an interesting project to compare the architecture then and now. And actually, there's only one building left. So I was asked to give you an overview of what I'm doing. So maybe for some of you this is like basic and you know all of this, but I'm going to try to tell like how I do it from the beginning. So I basically I always take vertical images with a wide angle rectilinear lens. So like in this example from Dresden, and I try to use large overlapping areas so I can use for the editing. You can of course also do that with horizontal images, but then in the end often you will still use only this central part, and so it's not deciding. Yeah, of course you try to take you keep the distance, so you act like the street is a two-dimensional facade and you try to keep the distance the same. That's often quite easy because you can walk because you can follow things on the pedestrian way, or you can just always keep on the wall on the other side, for example. Yeah, that's basically the thing. You have to, when I'm doing this, I always imagine it like a two-dimensional thing, because it only works in a two-dimensional way. As soon as things get three-dimensional, it's not easy or almost not impossible, but it's getting complicated to stitch it together. So we had this image before at the Graben here in Vienna. Like I told you, you have to look at these balconies, and you have to take individual images in front of this balcony, and then in front of this balcony, and so on. And always the roof area is always a bit complicated as well. Yeah, it gets even more complicated as soon as there's background involved. I don't know if you remember Microsoft Street Slide. I think that was what it was called before they switched. And in the beginning, for 1 year, they had like a project where they would portray New York in this kind of way. And there you would always see, when streets are coming to an end, these cuts through the junction, because they just didn't deal with the background, which is really, yeah. But if you take, for example, images like this, then it will not work, because the background building is always in another position, so you can stitch the foreground, and then in the background you have the building 3 times, or you stitch on the background, and then of course you don't have the building in the front like it is. So what I do, or what is the basic and the logical way to do, of course you can find other workarounds, is doing a rotating image at these areas. So for example, at street junctions, I basically do more or less a one viewpoint panorama out of 2, 3, or 4 images, and then put the linear panoramas next to the junction on both sides. Problems, everything in the foreground is a problem as well, so trees, cars, bus stops, people. Here's an example. This is from Görlitz in Germany. Here's the 3 images I used. You can also see that I tried to think about how to use the cars later, and this is the final image. Now the tree might not look as good as it is in reality, but if the focus is on the buildings and on the, so that's the best thing I came up with. This is what, it was a little bit complicated in this example, but just to give you an example. The same for cars. This is from the Leipziger Ring project. This is the city hall, a part of it, and there we had like 4 cars in front of the section. And we managed to use different areas from the buildings to leave only 1 car. Actually, we could also have removed this 1 car, but yeah, that was the version we chose. So, yeah, and the problem I hate the most is tram cables. That's just something that is so, yeah, you know. This is Leipzig, this is Berlin, here this is the new synagogue, so they are always in another position. I mean, that's logical, they are hanging, they are not straight in a way. So, this is Mexico, totally useless. At least you have to put even much more time into it to get this out of the image. And sometimes I had to do that. So, yeah, the next big part, on a time scale, it's even the bigger part, but of course, if you do not do the photos in the way that worked the best, then the editing gets even more work. So the better you do the photos, the better, the less problems you experience with the editing. The basic steps are correction of perspective and distortion, aligning the images, blending the layers from image to image, and a lot of detail work. That's the main work, actually. So here's another example from Leipzig, from this Leipziger Ring project. This is one street front there. This is the images I took. And here is the correction and alignment of the images, where you can also see again how the parallax works. And this is a first stitch, everything next to each other. Then, can you see the red lines? Then finding the difficult parts and where you have to work. And so this is like the main editing work that you have to go through every image, work at the seams and work at the obvious problems to get a final image and then change the sky, and it's done. Yeah, here's another example just to show you what a difference the sky can make. This is from Strasbourg, we've seen it earlier. And also when photographing, that's also one thing for the time factor. So I'm always trying to do it quick because of changing lights, of changing sky elements and everything. So, but yeah, that's a whole new talk maybe. So I'm getting to the end. I'm having no clue how the time is. All right. Yeah, I'm also working together with other photographers. So here's, for example, I've never been to Hong Kong, but Stefan from Ireland is living there, and he provided me with several sets of raw material. So I wanted to show you that he does the same that I do in a way. So he gives me a set of images that I can use. Just wanted to show you that there's nothing different when someone gives me his photos. And here again the result that can be done of it. Here you see that sometimes we have to walk around corners. That's not the usual case, but it can be done. So another example, Victor from Madrid. He did them all by himself. I only present them on the website. And here's an example from around the corner in Hungary, from Sultan. The bottom level one is another university building. And that's more the playful things, so you can also use these kind of images for stereographic projections. Examples here. And yeah, my main question always is, what can I do with that? Where can I earn some money? Here I have just some examples. The thing is, for me, there's a wide field of things to do. There's thousands of ideas. Often, if I approach ideas, they do not really work out the way I thought, but then things come unexpected. So sometimes agencies come with ideas or ask me for things I would have never thought about, or I get assignments for projects that I wouldn't have approached from my side, but they only need to find it, or they need to think about it. The main problem is that, people do not really know what I'm doing until they understand it. Sometimes I show people images and they say, and what's so special? Anyway, and it's a great thing for cultural things, for exhibitions like the projects I showed you, documentation, and the last thing, these are two projects that we're currently working on. So we're having a project running where we compare German and French twin cities, and we will show them in an exhibition next year. And also, there is the European Cultural Heritage Year coming up next year, and currently we're trying to realize projects and to get projects starting for next year, so we can give something into this theme here of Europe. I think that's it. Or not?
So, it's question time. We've got a few minutes for questions.
It's a short question. Can you please show once again the slide with the little planet views?
Which slide?
With the little planet's view.
Ah, here.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You want to know what it is? This is Madrid, the Grand Via. This is the city tunnel in Leipzig again. This is Amsterdam. That's the same panorama in two different versions. And this is the Berlin Wall. This is this East Side Gallery part, which was actually never a real part of the wall at the border, but which became this project afterwards, this art project. Yeah.
Sorry, you say that you use wide angle. Is that if you are able to go far back, wouldn't it be better? Isn't it easier to stitch them if the higher what do you call them, focal length is?
Yeah, of course, it depends on the space you have. Of course, when there's a large square, then I'm not using a 10 millimeter.
Okay.
Then I would have nothing much in the image. Yeah, sure. You can. use the lens that is appropriate, but normally I use wide-angle lenses because the streets are narrow. Yeah.
Hi, you're doing the entire process in Photoshop, nothing is automated.
Yes, but I'm not using Photoshop most of the time. I'm using GIMP, actually, because I started with GIMP. I didn't have Photoshop access then, and well, so I'm so used to it. So.
I'm sorry if I missed this at the beginning, but can you also do multi-layers and just concentrate on the lower part of a building and then the middle part? And
that's a good question. Actually, a question I hate because that's, you know, when the video of the Graben I showed you in Vienna, it took me about, yeah, I'd say between 5 and 8 days to do that from the images, and when you have multiple levels, then you do not have to stitch one image to the other, but you have to stitch one image to 3 other images and the other image to the other ones again. And I did that on some occasions where the building is higher, where you had to do that, but I hate it. The only thing where I have no problems with it is if there's a tower. When there's a tower on top of a building, or when some building is higher but not very wide, then I prefer to have a second level just for that one stitch. But I actually, when there's a tower or some things like that, you can also change distances to get a better reflection of a church tower, for example. I mean, a better view of the church tower. That's an editing thing, and it's always, for me, it's always okay to edit one image to another. But if I had to do that on every image on several levels, because it's not automated.
My question is a bit about cheating, but you are using anyway sort of inspired cheating all the time. But wouldn't it be easier to just don't move that often, but use one point and make sort of a 90-degree classical panorama, then remap it, and then put those together? You would have less lines you got to control. You know, or say,
it depends.
Say 60 degrees or so, you know.
I see what you mean. It depends. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes because if a building has a good two-dimensional facade, but the roof area is very three-dimensional, then I do that to get the roof area in a good representation. But it really depends how much space you have. Does it work then on the stitching to the next building? Because then, of course, the roof area is also complicated. The further you, the wider the angle is. So. It depends, yeah.
What kind of height do you choose for your camera position? Just normal in holding in your hand, or put it up much higher? Would it be better to put it up higher, like 6 meters?
It could be very interesting. If you look up on the website, we have an example from Edinburgh in Scotland, and there it is higher up because there is a high walkway across the street, and so I could take the whole scene from high up. It gets a little bit complicated because then the cars, for example, look strange on this higher view. But yeah, I would love to do that more often. I chose not to do that very often as long as I'm not assigned to do it, because there's copyright issues with panorama freedom and everything. That I mean, it's different from country to country, but I chose to do the street level thing because that's the safe side in most countries for all these rights issues that you can get into. Like, you know, from this famous case of the Hundertwasserhaus here in Vienna, where a photographer took an image from a window across the street and he was sued because it was not panoramic freedom. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more? Hi. Can you tell us a bit more about how often you space each of your photographs? So if you're shooting, say, across a street, are you shooting every half a meter or every meter? And are you using a tripod in the way that people would shoot a hyperlapse, where you'd be spacing it absolutely equally?
Yeah.
And how do you measure that, or do you just make it up as you go along?
Actually, yeah. Sometimes I get the question: how do you do that? Do you lay railways and then use a trolley and shoot from that? The more complicated it becomes, the less functional it is on the time aspect, and also sometimes maybe on the issue if you are allowed to do that at all. I'm using a tripod only in night pictures, or in bad light conditions, for example. But for me, it takes too much time, and my eyes are always on the same height. So if I'm not using a tripod, I still have always the same height if I shoot on my eye level, for example. And about the spacing, it's also depending on the subject. I mean, I understand where the question has come from. When you're not exactly knowing what you're doing, then you think you need as many pictures as possible to have everything covered. But the main thing is the time you need to edit the things. So, of course, you can leave out images later again, but I mean, of course, I'm doing this with a little bit of experience, so I shoot what I think fits. And of course, I do more images than I need for certain situations or for working on bus stations or something. But it can be every 2 meters if it's narrow, but it can also be every 5 meters. Depends on the space. Yeah. I just wanted to add that at the end, before there may be other questions. I showed you these examples. I'm very open to discussions. I mean, I know not everything's perfect, so ask me, come up with critique, we can talk about things, but also if you have ideas or if you have projects where you think we could work together, I'm here. I'm happy to talk to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Even more stuff I'm going to have to find time to try. Okay, so we have a brief pause. We're going to set up for the panel discussion, which will start at 5 o'clock. And then don't forget we have the opening party later on this evening. There's been a little bit of confusion. The opening party is, there is a link on the website. It's about 9 kilometers away. So share Ubers, see who's going, and basically pack yourself into vehicles. It's going to be a great evening, so do your best to get there. And if you have any confusion, then come and see me. But there is a link on the IVRPA site, which goes to a Google map, which shows where it is. It's about 9 kilometers away from here. From what I've seen, the question is, can we provide a sort of public transportation line? From what I've seen, there is no metro line that goes out. I think Willie may have some insider information.
Yes. Okay, it's easier than it looks like. I was also caught by surprise about the new venture. So I've had a look and it's easy. So go by the metro wherever I go. Go to the metro station, Spittelau. Look on the plan where to go, Spittelau. Yeah? And then take the bus 35A to Salamansdorf. It leaves every 10 minutes. If you reach Spittelau, look at the platform for bus signs. Go the stair up. I don't know, I haven't been there. Look for the bus 35A. It runs every 10 minutes. And go to, what's the name? I will give you the right name. It will take about 20 minutes on the bus. And then you are right at the restaurant. Every 10 minutes.
For those that weren't taking notes, which will be all of us, including me, I will sit down with Willie and I will digest that and put it into a Facebook post. And yeah, everyone share that around, please. Okay.
There are many ways, by the way. If you ask any information system, you get 100 answers. There might be ways 2 minutes faster, but I found out that's the easiest. Go on the metro system to Spittelau and then change to bus 35A, Salamansdorf, every 10 minutes. Anything else?
Okay,
hey guys, don't
before
leave
anyone
because we're
leaves,
going to go into a panel very soon.
Yeah, we have one announcement and we are not actually going to have a break. You probably have a couple of minutes if you want to just nip it out and back in, but we're not having a break.
Yeah, we're just
going to go straight into the
we're going to
panel
go right
discussion.
into the panel, guys. This way we don't have any break, and we'll end a little bit early, okay? Great. So let's go, guys.
Okay, thank you.
So before you guys all leave, I just wanted to do a quick introduction for the Google Street View Challenge. As you may have already seen, the instructions are on the website under the under the Vienna conference. There's a bit of changes to it. So there are 4 categories this year: Vienna Culture, Parks and Nature, Historic Sites, and Vienna Live. The Vienna Live category is more for your one-shots, your lots of activity. So in those 4 categories, you're only able to upload or submit 2, and the submission has to be done by June the 5th at midnight. So once you upload it to Google Street View, I will add an entry form on the IVRPA website, so you would just add the links to it and submit it for the judging.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, don't forget, if you have any problems, there's the exif fixer if you need to add metadata back into your image.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I'm Stafford, I'm here from Google Street View. Feel free to bug me in the hallways if you have Street View questions. I'm giving a talk on Monday. So you can upload to Street View either from the Street View app on Android or iOS, and also in Google Maps at maps.google.com. Do make sure that you have your XMP data configured properly. Most professional stitching tools will do that for you, but do check. If you find that it's just an equirectangular picture without any 360 functionality, then you probably did it wrong. Lots of tutorials on the internet for getting it right.
Yeah, and we have the link on the website, and I just wanted to say we have some really great prizes this year. We have 2,600 euros worth of cash, and we have thetas for gold, Manfrotto has donated tripods, and Thomas has some Garden Gnome software for bronze, and 1,000 euros just for the grand prize. So really get out there. There's no specific place that we've arranged, so it's up to your creativity to scout the best locations and time of day. So best of luck for the competition. Oh, sorry, yeah, and as far as blurring, I did put a sample model release form on the website, so if there's identifiable people in the image, if you don't want to blur it, we would ask that you do your due diligence and have it signed, but otherwise just blur out the faces as per Google's policies. Oh, and one last announcement. Tomorrow at the first break, we're going to do a Women in VR group photo, so we'll meet at the IVRPA sign. So any of the ladies that want to be in that photo, join us then.
Very cool. Okay, and just very quickly, so if you have problems with the EXIF data in your image and you Google fixes and they look confusing, just search for EXIF Fixer. It's a tool that I made which you can just drop an image on and it will do it for you. You don't have to use templates in Photoshop or anything like that.
Great. Okay, awesome. So we're going to move right to the panel, guys, and probably a little bit early today. Here we go. We can just... we're going to record this. This is Mikkel. She's a genius. All right. Excellent. So the panel we're going to talk about, I mean, I really enjoyed being here today. My name is Adam Mirabella. I'm with Manfrotto. And Manfrotto's part of ViTech Group. Our mission is really to support you, the artists, in capturing and sharing exceptional images. That's really, it's what we get up to do every single day. If you think about our business, it's, you take the camera and the lens out of it, we make everything else to support the artists. And some of our new products for VR and 360 you'll see down in the marketplace. I hope you get a chance to look at those, because this is our first time at the VRPA, and we're really thrilled to be here because, when we think about helping to support for exceptional images, it means all aspects of image taking and photography, including VR and 360. So this is, for us, a journey we want to be on with you for a long time. But we've got 3 different panelists here, and the idea behind this is to talk a little bit about, where is this going to go 1 year from now, 5 years from now? How do we make this more commercial And it's important to all of us because this is the living that we make, right? And we're all here for virtual reality and 360. So how is that going to sort of, what's the trajectory and what are the changes that are going to take place in the next 1 year or 5 years? So what I'll do is have everyone just introduce themselves very quickly like I did, and then we'll just jump right into the panel, and we're also going to have Q&A at the end, okay? So Mikhail, you can start.
Thank you. I'm Mikhail Kolczewski. I'm part this year of the director board of the IVRPA. That's a great honor. I've been in the photography business for 10 years, and I've been shooting panorama for almost 8 years, doing VR content for 4 years, and well, learning all the time new stuff.
Hello, I'm Chris. I'm the co-founder of Blend Media, and we connect creators and their content with brands, agencies, and publishers. And we've been around for about 18 months now.
Hi, everybody. My name is PJ Morelli. I work for a company called UVisit. Run all of the production elements that go into our products at UVisit. We're kind of a full-service virtual experience and VR platform and production suite. So we'll kind of bring in, help you, activate your vision, bring it to life, actually distribute it, bring really meaningful results, and be able to drill down to some deep analytics, and then continue a partnership throughout time to revitalize the piece and use content that you've already created. So I've been doing this for UVisit for the past 7 years since we started. And then previous to that, I was also an educator. I taught photo and video at private school for almost 10 years. I also teach history as well. So I do a little bit of everything.
Great. Well, and what we decided to do today was not do product presentations because we want to have a bit of a conversation up here. We did prep for the conversation, but we want to have a conversation up here that will also then include you guys because this is, to us, a really important element of how 360 and VR moves forward. So I want to start with Mikhail because I know your role is really, at this point, is very much like a consultant for some of your customers. Of course, you're shooting for them as well, but in many places you're a consultant. So talk about that because that speaks to, when I think about the way we opened this morning, what was said this morning is that the world is waking up to VR. And when we started to have this dialogue ourselves as 4 people in this industry, the way we use it is that VR is, at the moment, is sort of under the radar, but in the next 1 to 5 years, it's really going to be spot on the radar. And it's going to be, front and present in a big way. And so part of this is this education, right, that you're involved in to try to get customers and clients there, right? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Education is a big part of VR and a big part of our world to educate people. When I started with that, there was no support, technical support, to show off panoramas. Today, we have the support of the big companies, Facebook, Google, everybody support our materials to put in. And there's a massive industrial that comes in with lots of new products, cameras, programs. So we have to educate people now to actually how they're going to use it. And people comes and wants it. But what do you want? I want the 3D. But it's not 3D, it's 360. What's the difference? So also, how do you use it? How do you put it to the audience? How you can visualize it? So this is the big questions, and clients that are very enthusiastic to use it today. Question is how they can use it, and also about the contents. What should we put inside of it, and how? And
so they're very interested in the concept and the prospect of it. But what I hear you saying is they really don't know exactly how they're going to apply it, right? And then they don't understand the some of the technical aspects. And does that count for the marketing people as well as some of the production people, like the people that are on their staff that are the creative people, or is it more just the marketing people when you're talking about trying to educate?
That's contain everybody.
Okay.
Even
across the board.
Across the board, even other photographers.
Right.
So
I'm still learning. So
we all in continuous learning.
No,
we don't stop.
It's an important aspect because I worked for an agency for a short time, for a few years actually, quite a bit. And sometimes, it's part of the job of the creative person to let's say, to help, the brand that they're working with feel confident in the agency. So they might, in some ways, they might be sort of, purporting a little bit more or trying to pretend more than they know more than they really do. And you've got to uncover that and help them get there.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes I have to tell them the truth.
What?
Yeah. So
Right.
also in education, you have to show many contents to show them the variety that can adapt to them. So this is very important. Also in the technical, you cannot have it the next day.
Right, right. So
So
you've
this
got to
is-
manage the expectation.
Yeah, you have to manage the expectations. You have to tell them what they can have and a certain budget they can have, what kind of image quality also, and
Yeah.
what they need, to jump from an airplane, for example, if they want to air shoot, or only simple things.
Yeah. Okay, great. And Chris, for you, let's first of all talk a little bit more about your platform, because I think
Sure.
it's really important,
Yeah,
because a lot of the people here in the audience could actually participate in your platform,
definitely.
right? So let's talk about that.
Yeah, so we have a network of around 350 creators that specialize in 360 video and photos globally, from Australia right through to Alaska and everywhere in between. And we represent their content on our within our library, and we license that content out to brands, direct to brands and agencies. And we've also, one of the key challenges that we found was enabling brands to create their own campaigns. So we built a platform that enables brands to go on there and create their own 360 augmented campaign. So we're really excited
So
about
you're
that.
helping them in a way, you're helping them curate and pick. But
Yeah.
this is it's content that's already produced, so it's a different
Yeah,
problem. It's a
we
different
curate
problem
it.
than what-
We curate it ourselves.
Okay.
I mean, we're finding that brands are definitely wanting to do 360.
Mhm.
The appetite is out there in the market. I think where they're struggling is a lot of the brands that are doing it are doing big brand campaigns, and they're one-off campaigns. So they would really go heavy on a VR or a 360 campaign, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
And what we're helping them understand is how can you do things with 360 that support an overarching campaign that could be perhaps peppered throughout their advertising strategy.
Right. So are you finding like right now they just want to do a 360 VR thing just because they want to do it and say they
I think
did
they do. I think they do. And that is part of the education piece, right? So, for brands and agencies are like, yeah, we want to do it. And then they would spend a lot of money on doing something, and it may not be that great.
Right.
So,
Which is, that's, by the way, that's a problem for all of us,
Of
right?
course
Because,
it is, in a
because if they
nascent
try
industry.
something and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
spend their dollars, right, and the agency is making a push for something that could be really cool in VR, and it doesn't land, the brand's going to walk away and go, we tried that,
Yeah.
it didn't work. And
Yeah.
that's the worst
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
for all of us in this room.
Completely.
Yeah.
Completely. So, part of everyone's role here and as content creators is, I think, we all appreciate the kind of the artistry and craft that goes into this. I think in terms of monetization, the key thing that we're learning is developing something that solves a use case for a brand.
Okay.
Otherwise, they would do 360 for 360's sake, and it may not turn out that well. So we need to, all of us, kind of like manage that and curate that experience for a brand or for an agency.
But different-
And that's going to come though.
Yeah.
I think if you have something that's a hot market like this, you have this kind of like rush for brands to want to they get excited, agencies get excited and they want to get into it.
Mhm.
But then what you find is within that rush is that the stuff that comes out of it may not all be gold.
Right, great. All right, PJ, so, let's talk about, you had really your business started in one sort of area and then kind of bridged out. So let's, you have your own, I'm sorry.
I brought my own. We'll get you. So we actually started as a photo-based platform. It was really kind of a series of walking sort of steps that would simulate what a college student might have when they visited a campus. And it was purely, it came out of necessity, right? Necessity is the mother of all invention, really. We had our three founders. They're all international students. One's from Jordan, one's from Colombia, one's from Albania. And they all had this common problem where, they knew they wanted to go to school in the States, but to just see the schools, it cost so much money and cost so much time that it really wasn't a great situation for them to get make the best possible decision for their future. And that is really the underlying issue that we went out to solve. And I think we did a pretty effective job in that. But as we started to create it, we just kept upping the ante of the immersion factor. Both on desktop where it started, then onto mobile, then into VR, and then sort of these hybrid things where you have your 360 video and you're using the accelerometer, and kind of looking around, incorporating other technologies. Now we're jumping into things like room scale, more gamified interactions. We use a lot of photogrammetry and laser scans, and so it's really been a pretty clear progression for us that we want to just continue to up the ante of immersion, because that's what is pulling people in, and that's really what they're coming back and asking more for.
So give an example. I think you guys worked with Cisco, right? Give an example of that, because that's different than the education. I think the education piece, everyone can get their head around. They totally understand. Yep. That's a tour of a college. But Cisco is something that you've done recently, right? That might illuminate some of the places where we're going.
Yeah, and I should go back and just clarify that we pivoted about 4 years ago pretty strongly to include a much bigger range of projects and clientele. So the EDU space was great to us, and we've got hundreds and hundreds of tours in the US, in Canada, Mexico, and now worldwide as well. But we felt like this technology could serve so many other problems in other industries. So that's where we started to look, okay, where's the most natural fit? Things like tourism and travel. It's easy for those folks to sort of connect the goals here. Okay, immersion, you want to feel like you're there? Okay, naturally, travel seems to work. So for us, tourism and travel boards and even some of the OTAs have reached out to us, and we've created projects for them where they can just have someone to their office, and they say, some of these are more high-end. We work with a company called Ultimate Jet Vacations. They're out of Miami. And they're the full end-to-end suite of travel. They bring you in, they throw you on a private jet, they take you where you want to go, they bring you to the door, and they fly you home. But their guys are all jet setters, quite literally, so they can't all get into the office or whatever. So what they do is they send out a cardboard or a headset with a bunch of these locations that they're already interested in, and they get to experience it there in their house. So it has been really successful there. So as we continued to then sort of jump up to a sort of higher level of clientele, we started working with companies like HP and Cisco and Microsoft. And Cisco is a really particularly interesting use case because it's really a technology example of technology in place. What Cisco did just outside of Kruger National Park in South Africa, they created a network of sensors and cameras throughout a reserve to track human motion within that space. So if they were there to poach a rhino, they would know within 20 minutes they'd have someone there to intercept, in which they found by the time that would give them enough time to intercept it. So they implanted this system about a year ago and essentially had 0 kills in this park. And they say, how can we bring this story to people? We try to explain it, and there's a lot going on. How can we visually put this in and actually bring people there? This is really challenging to get people to Kruger. So what we did is we captured a series of both photos and videos and traditional video and traditional photo, lots of CG, and we used our platform to sort of bring all of those elements together to create a little bit of a choose-your-own-adventure kind of story where you can, if you're really interested in learning about the technology, the actual hardware, you can drill down into these little tidbits of really technical stuff. If you want to hear the big story, you could watch a 90-second overview, 360 VR video. And it's been very effective in sort of teaching to the masses. Everyone's kind of got their own learning style, and our platform's got a little bit for everybody.
So you're finding, sorry.
Go.
So you're finding like interactivity within 360 is really working for you guys?
Absolutely. For us, it's been the next chapter for UVisit.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said something that's very interesting. You said we wanted to look at the technology we had and where else can we apply it. And I think that's super important for everybody in the room, right? We have to be looking. We're going to talk a little bit about where this is going, where we see it's going. We want to include your thoughts as well. But I'll give you an example from outside of imaging. So I'm in imaging now, and I'm happy to be here because when I look at virtual reality, to me there are 2 areas of technology that are super exciting. One is virtual reality, and the other is in the auto industry. They seem to be doing a lot with technology, and it's both of those areas I think are really booming right now. But one of my past roles was in the entertainment and the music business. And when you look at, today, everybody knows what Spotify is, and you can get Spotify on your phone. But part of the dialogue that I was part of and you know, honored to be part of, quite frankly, was, you know, in 1999 and 2000, when audio was just getting really prevalent on the web, we were saying, well, we had flip phones, and we're saying, well, how could you use it in a flip phone? Where would you use that? And that led to ringtones, which everyone remembers from the mid-2000s, right? Nobody really has them anymore. But that was a whole business for about 5 years, and that was a stepping stone into Spotify. And that's, I think, a great analogy for where we need to take VR and what we need to think about with VR.
Definitely, and so we are, like Blend Media, we are focused on mobile. So we see that as, you know, that reaches the masses. It's got, you know, we've partnered with Facebook, for example, who are killing it on 360 video. We've got the largest 360 video page on Facebook, and we see great engagement through our posts. So definitely sort of mobile first. And what that does, it leads people by the hand. And I think what it does, it opens up the opportunities to create something habitual as well. But then you could potentially start adopting the headset.
Right.
So we see mobile as something here and now for the next, you know, 18 months to 2 years.
Okay, great. We're sharing mics, so I'm going to pass this over. But Mikkel, you know, you talk a lot about and have talked about as we were getting to know each other. You know, that it's going to be, now let's talk about what's happening a year from now, right? Because this is all a little bit, what we're talking about today is how each one of us, you know, are involved in commercializing VR and 360 today. But we also see that it's where it's heading. So let's talk a little bit about that, because I think your sense is that it's going to be super busy in the next year, and a little bit like what we heard this morning, like the world is waking up to that, right? And from your perspective, as both a creator and a coach, it's a little bit about making sure that they're used, you know, in the right way, and also not abusing it. So tell us about that, and like give us an example of something where you feel like you had to really put, you know, guide someone in the right direction.
Well, that's going to be hard.
You don't have to use names.
Well, education is really important, but we see today all kinds of contents that just flow into the market, like I don't know what's the terms in like oh yeah. So and there's no critics, and there's nobody that actually control this, and this is very dangerous, because this. For me, it's very sensitive, because I see education as first, and our children, for example, they will grow up with the telephone that I didn't grow up with the telephone all my life. So all that they see, and virtual reality becomes reality, and it becomes more and more important and more into our lives and affect our lives. That it's have to be some control from somebody that control the contents, maybe.
Do they control the rules? Are you saying that also that there should be rules around it?
I think it should be
really?
Rules around
it. In terms of like standards, or
no, not like standards, but like really harsh violence or really harsh.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know,
so more of the moral obligation that you have to create stuff that is, you know.
Exactly, because. When I say VR to people that are not from the industry, first thing they see it's gaming.
Yeah. Right.
Right. Gaming. So you do gaming. I saw this thing that you kill people and stuff. So this is what education. And I would like the world to be better. At some point, like all of us, I hope. So it's like education people, it's also education, putting it for children, educating children, and not only adults. It's also important because it's our clients. But our future clients, it's our future, you know, and putting it in schools, it will be very nice. Putting it in education and traveling in the world or stuff like that. About contents, I have had some problems also, because there are lots of stealings of contents and image rights, and it's not really controlled globally. And it's more globally we go in, and more globally we are vulnerable. So
is that a place where, I mean, who gets involved to drive that? Is that IVRPA? Who does that? I mean, where does that come from?
Well, IVRPA is an association of photographers. We bring up the problems, issues. We try to educate people, but also to encourage people to do stuff. But after that, it depends of the rules of each country you live, and what protection do you have of the contents.
But those of us that are part of this community can be ambassadors to that dialogue, right? Exactly. For instance, I'm on the board of the Imaging Alliance in the United States. So I can take the learnings from here, right, and help to drive something maybe that's in the US based on what those kinds of ideas. Do you think that's the right approach?
It's the right approach, but the US is very different from Europe, for example.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah. In many terms, especially when we talk about contents and image rights, in the US, it's not the same.
Yeah.
I cannot really get into it because it's not
right. It's a different. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. What I'd like to do is talk about friction and reducing friction. So Chris, this is a hot button for you because when you look a year down the road, right, it's really about how do we eliminate the barriers. So
Definitely.
Where is your head with that?
Well, I'm pretty obsessed with friction at the minute, as my team would tell me at Blend. So I think VR itself has friction points. Obviously, there's the headset. In order to view it, you need to generally download an app and consume it. So from a consumption point of view, it's a very kind of friction-heavy experience. And I think from a year down the line, the way that I see it is, looking back 18 months ago and where we are now, we're licensing out a lot more content in 360 than we were 18 months ago. 18 months ago, it was kind of quite niche, I would say niche B2B licensing that we were doing. For example, sort of relaxation applications, those kind of things within VR. And now we're doing big brand deals. So we did a McCann Erickson deal at the end of last year that was a 6-figure deal, for example. Intel, Google, so it's sort of big brands that are coming into the space, and they're looking at a variety of content. So there isn't, unfortunately, we can't give kind of a magic answer on what type of content people are looking for, but they're looking at a broader range. So
give an example of something where there's friction that you have to reduce.
Sure, yeah. So going back to the friction. So what we're finding, with the way that I'm going to see it in a year's time, is removing those friction points. So I think web VR is something that will really open the door for people to adopt VR easier. So that's through, say, WebGL. So you can look at VR seamlessly on the desktop. You don't have to download an app. You can look at it on your mobile phone, and it's an easy way to consume 360. And then you can start, the friction's removed. You're in there. You're delighted by what you're experiencing, and then you start creating that kind of, I want to go back. And that's where this is my view anyway, this is where the headset adoption will lie. So we're investing as a business, we're investing quite heavily in web VR. You know that Google, the new version of Chrome will start supporting it soon. There's lots of new browsers that are coming out soon that are all web VR enabled. And I think that's going to be a real boost for the industry.
Is that the point then where you think like the masses, so I'm thinking of like my parents, they wouldn't really have any sense of what, technologically what we're talking about here.
Maybe,
but
yeah.
But if they're on Google, are they going to experience it and then it just becomes part of what they are? With virtual reality becoming reality, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you could, whole new industries can spring up. You can have VR websites, for example, and just different ways to consume 360 environments on mobile and desktop kind of outstream rather than natively. And as soon as you start seeing friction points removed in nascent industries that are growing, they just grow a lot quicker. So we are creator-led, obviously, but we're very tech-led in the sense that we want to remove those friction points.
Well, I see the web as very important. Of course, it's part of continents. How do we show our continents? But I think. The future, it's not only that, and we shouldn't focus on isolating, because this is isolating. And for me, isolating is putting this, that it's an excellent experience, that you experience it, you have the whole thing. But I think also the shifting. I see many shifting for the cinema, for example. They put in VR, Tribeca Festival, all the big festivals are putting the eyes on VR, and how can they scream it? Do we isolate people, or do we want to immerse them and create some kind of, you know, like people here, they can talk to each other and see us. They're not into their own world and into their interactive with other words inside of their brain. They are also interacting with real people. So this is also important to think about. So,
you know, I totally respect that point, and I feel the same to a large degree. But I also sort of challenge that sometimes as well, because while by nature putting on a headset they literally isolates you from the outside world, it is isolated.
It is.
But if Adam and I were both watching an experience today, and we were watching it at the same time, and I took my headset off, and he took his headset off, the very first thing that I want to do is know what you thought about that experience, and drill down to every second. Did you look to here? Did you get that? Did you make that selection? So in some ways, at that moment, you are isolating yourself from the others and from the world and from everything else. But you've also had a shared experience in a sort of strange way. You guys both lived the same dream.
Yeah, of course.
You know, so it's sort of connecting and isolating at the same time. And I think to break that down is to add some of those things that you were just mentioning, sort of that ability to just at least be aware of others also experiencing that might really heighten that.
No, I think it's right. And I was at the Facebook F8, so we're, as you know, a hardware manufacturer, and you'd say, well, how are you partnering with Facebook? But we're partnering with Facebook. As I mentioned earlier, our mission is to help everyone who's who creating content to create better content. When you look at Facebook Live or Periscope or whatever, we were hearing all day about how to make the content better, right? And it's so important because when you use those platforms, right now there's a lot of content that's being put on there, but there's an opportunity to raise the bar. So that's one of the places that we're partnering with Facebook. But at F8, what was so interesting is they're talking about this two of the elements we're talking about here. One of them is the goggles, and their vision is goggles are gone in 5 years. And it's going to be regular glasses, and they'll be cool and fashionable, and you'll be walking around with your glasses, and you can move into VR.
Instagram specs.
Yeah.
You have HoloLens also that you actually see.
Exactly. And then the second piece, which PJ was talking about, is kind of interesting. I did this experience at F8, but it's really cool. You get into your Facebook profile, and you create an avatar, and then you're hanging out. Now, I did it with people at the conference, but I could be doing it with my sister, or I could be doing it with PJ, or Chris, or anybody here. And I'm friends with somebody, and instead of just catching them on instant message on Facebook, you're in a virtual reality experience. And they're starting that out with avatars, which is interesting because I asked them, I said, well, why wouldn't you just start with a full image of myself? And but it's too hard, right? And also, there's this element of they want to have building blocks before it gets that real, that quick, because it's it's sort of like the human element. The mind has to get their head around it, and they feel like the avatar is one way to get there. What do you think?
No, I just want to say, kind of bringing it back to the monetization perspective, which I think hopefully we're all here for.
We are.
Facebook Spaces. I mean, that's a potential monetization opportunity because you're hanging out with people with a 360 background around them. Right, so that content needs to be created, and somebody needs to shoot that, somebody needs to film it. So within all of these new kind of applications, whether it's B2B or the social VR, there are routes for creators to monetize their content.
Yeah,
great point. I think that's the exciting thing that we're seeing. There's all these the social VR stuff that's bringing up is awesome. And the Cisco systems, they're looking at doing kind of VR conferencing, and having a VR conference on the beach if you ever wanted to do that. But the beach needs to be filmed or shot, and that's a monetization opportunity.
It's a great point. And did you want to add to that, or?
I agree, but it's not only concentrating about Facebook and how this is only how we can use the continents. I think we should concentrate at we should create contents. This is the support. Facebook is the support that we can show it. Of course, it's a very very wild world. It touched many people, but the important stuff is the creativity.
Yeah.
And how you tell the story. Okay, so now everybody is so excited about VR, so they're shooting everywhere, including me, and doing everything. But in the end of the day, we have to create something interesting.
Yeah.
People will lose interest.
Yeah, it's a great point.
You know, so it's like, okay, it's so immersive, and after a while, everybody's like, yeah. Okay, so
it's a
what
great
do you do?
point.
So what do you do next? And that is where you learning more and being more professional and being more creative.
It makes a lot of sense, and I'm glad that you brought it, that example into the commercial. But something that we talked about, and this is so I'm not a creative the way you guys are. I'm the intersection of creative and business. I have been my whole career, whether it's musicians, videographers, image takers, whatever. And what's so important where we are right now on this path is that to be able to take what's happening creatively and to be able to tell that story from a business perspective to people like me that are then, I'm the agitator inside of a company. I'm the ambassador inside of a company talking about all the great things that you guys are doing, and I need to be able to get a voice. So let's talk about how you do that, because there's only one way you do that, right?
Yeah, and we brought this up, right? I actually think you brought it up, Michelle. This is kind of the ongoing battle, is because the creative and the artist, they just want to make a great story and feel like if you see a great story, you understand it. But the truth is that if you bring that to an RFP presentation or come to a pitch, and the guy who's not really dialed into what VR is all about walks in the room, but he's the guy cutting the checks. He says, "Great, it looks pretty, it sounds really cool. How many cars is it going to sell?"
There you go.
And not to take this so far from the creator, because I'm an artist too. I much more fall in the creative sector than on the sort of business side. But part of what I have to do on a daily basis is figure out where that line that we need to toe between those two.
Yeah.
It is a daily challenge though, and I think the way to get over this hump is to create more meaningful, deep analytics, more tracking, more understanding of how people are interacting, why they're doing it, and even more importantly, what are they doing when the headset's not on as a result of what you've done. So we always talk about this meaningful drive to actually go do something. Did you effectuate change at the end of the day? And what is that change for? Hopefully for the better. I think that's where the creator comes in, or the artist comes in. We want to do something that better society or change society in some way. And the guy comes in and he says, well, if this doesn't move my bottom line, we have to understand.
No, and I'll tell you again, I've worked with creative people my entire career. On a personal level, I'm a musician, so I have a creative streak in me. I love it. I mean, it's one of the things I just enjoy so much about all the work that I've done throughout my career. But what I would say is I think it's kind of interesting for this audience here as mostly creative people. I think there's a small onus, because you have to live in the creative space, and we don't want to disturb that, right? Because that's where art comes from, and that's where beauty and joy comes from. At the same time, I think there's an onus on the creative side to challenge, right, the business partners that you have to say maybe, like, how can we measure this? What can we do to get our eyes around this or get our head around this to understand what, how we made an impact? What do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I had another point though.
Oh, go ahead.
But I mean, so I'm from the music industry as well. So I've worked in music 15 years, and in my previous life. And you get these musicians that are doing great stuff, right? And they don't need to meet the A&R guy. They just pump out amazing music and they sell loads. And then you have the A&R guys that work with some musicians to maybe channel their craft or channel their artistry. They may put them with a songwriter.
Yep.
And they optimize the sound and they optimize like the melody, and they sell even more. And I think part of the creative process, sometimes from you may need to re-engineer or be prepared to sacrifice certain elements of your craft in order to say you're creating an interactive ad, right? So you may have to augment it and put hotspots in there and do stuff on there, which from an artist's point of view, you go, well, you're just messing with what I've created.
Right.
But it lends itself to something that's brand friendly, that can create value,
right,
and that can be monetized, and it can derive analytics. So, you know, heat mapping is a great thing on Facebook, you know, but if you're looking at something that sits on the web, you can look at Google Analytics and you can really understand where people are going. So just my kind of like thought on this around developing content and creating content is being prepared to maybe have it channeled slightly in order to optimize it for monetization.
Particularly when we're in the beginning stages, right?
Completely.
I mean,
and great stories are great stories, and I get that. And long-form content is great. I know that, you know, there are the likes of Netflix and Amazon that are investing a lot on the high end into short VR pieces, like, say, like a House of Cards in VR, where you're actually in the scene and you have actors around you, so they can get that kind of habitual use of headsets. But we're not there.
Yeah.
And what we're finding ourselves is that we've made, you know, 6 figures for some of our creators because they've created content that we've, you know, adapted slightly for brands. And
so you're playing the role of that A&R person for some creators. That's
exactly,
cool.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's where we see ourselves on the creator partnership side.
Right.
You know, and we're also taking that analogy further from music. We are partnering our creators with brands.
Oh, cool.
So we're not thinking about necessarily their content and putting that with brands. We're saying we've got this great, amazing creator who free dives with polar bears, you know, or whale sharks. He's an amazing guy. Let's introduce him to Land Rover and let's see how they connect and do some content together that's really cool.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's exactly how we're seeing ourselves. So we're curating the content and the creators in order to monetize.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, I agree with all that, and I agree also with the sacrifice, actually. We have to listen a lot, and sometimes it comes over our creativity or over what we think is the best, and we have to adapt ourselves and listen more to our clients and to see you know, what is the best for them. So sometimes it's like, oh no, I think it's like it's totally it's not nice, but you know, the client's so happy, so you know, it's working. So this is like listening and also putting more people into the industry. You're talking about music. We talk about also Facebook talk about all the
so putting
trends
different players into the ecosystem.
Exactly. So we create a bigger and bigger sphere, as we say. And then, and this is like power.
That we can all draw from.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So PJ, let's jump to 5 years from now, because we talked a little bit about, you know, where we think it's going in a year. 5 years from now, I mean, what do you see? Where do you see it going?
Well, I guess I am on the same page with Mr. Zuckerberg and the Facebook fellas, because certainly headsets will get smaller and smaller until they disappear, and then we'll be talking about glasses, and then maybe we'll be talking about contact lenses. But I think, you know, for our industry, I think VR is a little bit more aligned than AR is, but I think at the end of the day, AR is much more applied in a real world scenario. I can see, you know, my grandmother, my parents using, you know, how do I find the closest parking deck? You know, oh, there it is 2 blocks over, because it's overlaid into the real world. I think they're a little bit more likely to utilize technology like that than, you know, putting on a headset and watching Alien Covenant, which was cool, but it's just a different application for what that generation feels is important.
So are you saying 5 years from now that sign's going to say IVRPA? What are you saying?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
No, but I mean, are you saying that VR is a stepping stone to AR, or are you saying they're going to live together, but AR is going to be more prominent? What are you saying?
They're definitely going to live together. We're still reading newspapers. We're still listening to the radio. We're still, you know, using old technology and finding new ways to do it. And I mean, I'm a tactile person. I like books. I like print things still too. So I think these things exist together. I think they feed each other in a lot of ways too, and they, like we're talking about, they sort of soften the sort of barriers to entry and sort of the general feeling about it, because you still ask people about, you know, VR, and they still say, oh yeah, I played PlayStation VR, or you know, whatever. They're still thinking about it in these small little pockets of what it actually is, and I think we're finally sort of getting through that.
What are your thoughts? 5 years from now, like how do we get there? What's important? What do you see?
Well, if you back 5 years ago, you tell me, where do you think you are? I wouldn't imagine I will live in France and speak French. So I have no idea. But yes, we are influenced by the big companies, and we are influenced by everything that they say. And they, before IVRPA exists, it exists since 1998, and it was called IVRQP because it was QuickTime Player that could only support panoramas. So everything changed, and I think the willing to change is important as well. But we have to maintain our personality as well. And this is important. And I think VR and AR will be MR. And you have to combine.
MR standing for what? Emerged reality or
mixed reality?
Mixed reality. Mixed reality.
Mixed
okay,
reality. So yeah, we have to education and to see how we can combine everything and still have our own. How do you say?
Personality.
Exactly.
Yeah. But for you, because you mentioned it earlier, for you, an important part of 5 years from now is having Google, is having Facebook, is having HP or other companies to really infuse let's say their muscle into this industry. Is that true?
Well, for me, it's not important. For me, it's the reality.
Okay.
They are the controllers.
Yeah.
They decide if they're gonna quit supporting our continents, and then we are in trouble, or not. Or there's another companies that will jump into the boat.
Right.
And
Apple, whoever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So let's find and see also if our audience, our clients are interested to develop that.
Yeah.
As much as they are this year. So.
I have no idea if it's going to be a place where this grows, but personally, like I said, one of the most interesting things happening right now in technology is all in the automobile industry. So I just wonder if there's something there down the line. What are your thoughts for 5 years from now?
I guess I'm in a position at Blend where I sit across finance and product, which is actually quite helpful because I'm always challenging where is the money, and I guess that's why I was invited to this. So I'm trying to think, where's the money in 5 years? If we can talk about that, and if we can talk about where's the money and where's the product in 5 years' time, and I guess we all know about this mixed reality thing that may happen in 5 years, and if it did happen, where's the money there? And the way that I see this in my finance kind of asset world is there's going to be places that sit within the mixed reality experience that as creators we can start building now. So whether it's volumetric capture or whether it's 3D assets, it's thinking about if you're creating some digital asset, what is it in the MR or the AR or the VR space that can be monetized?
Okay.
Now I'm looking at creators are making stuff that's IP, and how do you license that IP out and how do you monetize it? So in 5 years' time, I think there's going to be a myriad of different monetization opportunities between the VR space, as we're seeing now with brands, between the AR space, as you walk around with glasses and you have markers everywhere that are projecting augmented imagery that you can then interact with and go to a purchase checkout solution, and you buy something and then that product is then shared with your friends, and then things become viral off AR.
Right.
And then you've got the mixed reality stuff, which is obviously the digital overlay on the world. So I think there's monetization points dotted all over, which I find really exciting.
Okay.
And what we're tasking ourselves is thinking about how do we monetize now? How do we future-proof for monetization in 3 to 5 years' time? And we're building out that strategic plan. And going back to the whole web VR thing, that's the friction point that we're solving now.
Yeah.
There's going to be friction points around hardware. It could move from the clunky headsets to glasses, which could be a slider version between VR and AR, for example.
Right.
Okay. So that's what we're focused on.
Okay.
Where those points of where's the money?
Good. So Karen, if you want to come up and grab 2 of these mics, because I know we're going to have questions now and interaction with the audience, and then here, go grab that. In the meantime, while we're doing that, let me just ask each one of you, because there's a lot of talk here about mixed reality and the merger of all these experiences. So 5 years from now, yes or no? 5 years from now, we're sitting on this same panel. Are we seeing commercialization of an MR lifestyle? Yes or no?
The seedlings.
That's right.
The small little bits of it.
Just the beginning. I'll tell them what you said. Go ahead. Yes or no on your part.
Yeah.
You think so? You think we're seeing commercialization in 5 years of an MR experience?
Yeah,
okay.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be because I think Uber are collecting ratings of everybody here, and I'm going to be looking out one day, and everyone's got a 4.3 or I know someone over there that's got a 3.9, but you know everyone's going to have this kind of identity associated with them. So yeah, I really think that.
So you better be good to you Uber drivers. Okay, yes or no? That we're going to be commercial? Will we see commercialization of MR in 5 years? Sitting on this panel, it's already happening. Okay, so in a real way. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's a yes on everyone. Okay. Questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was curious if you guys could kind of talk about what you think about monetization on the consumer level. Right now, VR headsets are kind of they're sort of a user experience nightmare for a lot of people, and the platforms kind of need to get better. And when do you see a point where someone might actually want to pay to view an experience? And do you think that's part of our future?
Do you want
well, I live in Paris, and there are experiences that are paid already. The cinemas, there are like already 4 cinemas that people pay, and each month there's an event that people come and pay to see an experience. So this is already happening.
Okay. Okay. What do you think?
Well, you've seen it in gaming, obviously. There's some awesome games out there that people are paying for, and
where do you see it going beyond gaming?
So VR. So we're going.
Is the early
Yeah, sure. So one of the discussions that we're having with HTC at the minute is the rotational chairs, where you're watching 360 videos on rotational chairs in arcades, and there's a big rollout at the minute in the US and in Southeast Asia. So for a pay-per-view play, that's already happening now. So and I do see it as well. If you're creating something that is really addictive, you know, like The Walking Dead, for example, which I think is addictive, or Breaking Bad, and you have sort of five-minute pieces, you're going to want to pay to crack on to the next one. So
You can pay. Today I saw.
yeah, but I'm just thinking about those high production films. Yeah.
What's the next question?
Did you want to answer?
I mean, you guys, you answered the question. It's happening.
That's all right. Go ahead. What's the next question?
So my question is, what do you see as the role of television in the long-term monetization of immersive content? Right now, we talked about mobile, we talked about desktop, but the primary amount of time that people are spending is still based on their TVs with a planned viewing behavior. So how does TV kind of fit into the long term, and how does immersive media adapt to that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I know that 360 video is already supported by YouTube on TV. So you know we've all got remotes where you can move left, right, up, and down. So I do see 360 being a great thing on TV. Nintendo Switch, I think, is a good example. I know it's not VR, but you can integrate with a kind of a linear environment, and you can move around and interact. So I see TV as a big thing. And then you just start thinking about pre-roll ads that sit within YouTube, or whether it's Facebook, 360 on TV at some point. So I see TV as massive. You know, people in the TV industry weirdly don't see TV as massive, but I completely agree. In the Western world, I think TV will have a big part to play.
So one of the ways I think that's going to happen, by the way, is when you look at cord cutters. You know, people that are using Hulu, Netflix, etc., YouTube on their, on their television. You talk about your, children today that have grown up with the phone in their hand, literally since they're, a kid, because they're borrowing their parents' phone. As those people start taking their content and projecting it onto the TV, that's the real change point.
Well, for me, I work for a TV show that actually you can synchronize your telephone with the TV and see some little frequency in 360. So actually, I shot with them in Namibia with this 360 Aruba with Jean-Sébastien and Vincent. They did a format that it's quite new. It's a documentary format, normal. 2-person go to travel, and then you have little pieces of action 360 that synchronize with applications. So this is it's already exists. People doesn't know how to use it, and it had to be educated. But it's already exists. It could be very, very effective, actually, to synchronize, because this is all about the telephone. And the TV is disappearing little by little for me. And because of that, I spoke about big screen and little screen. So we have to see how it connects. And the only connection right now is through application and synchronization and live. So this is one of the, today, what I experience personally, that could be.
Okay, what's the next question? Okay, so what I wanted to do was, first of all, thank everyone on the team of IVRPA for helping us put this together. So let's give them a round of applause, because I really appreciate being here. And also, all four of us will be available afterwards if you wanted to chat, have another dialogue, etc. And just we are all about monetization. So our goal next time is to raise enough money between now and the next panel that we'll have 4 of these microphones, so we won't have to pass. So thank you guys so much for listening to us. We appreciate you spending time with us.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I take